yourselves one round of applause for making it to the third day. So all of the logistics are the same. One thing I do want to thank you guys for is not really hearing cell phones throughout the first 2 days. So that's something that we usually, harp on the first 2 days for sure, but nobody has even had that issue at all. Last night, we did go to the Tides game. I heard rumor that I was supposed to be buying tickets. I didn't see anybody on the inside who were asking me for tickets because they already had them, so the problem was solved already. But the Tides did win, so give them a round of applause. For our people online, our team's audience, good morning. We thank you for interacting. We thank you for the Q&A support. We thank you for attending these roundtables and definitely being a part of the room, even though you're not able to be here. We want to thank the people from yesterday for presenting. I know that you guys got a lot from the breakouts. And let's really get excited for the agenda we have today. We have Dr. Jennifer Hawkins, a fantastic roundtable. We have Vice Admiral Miller speaking. We have our own Kelly Souders. And then we have Commander Frank Weiser, stunt pilot from Maverick here today. So if it's something to be excited for sure, day 3, if you lasted this long, it's worth it. During the day, I still want you guys to visit the APQC table. If you signed up for a raffle, raise your hand. Okay, if you won, raise your hand. Good job, guys. We will announce our CVent winners right before lunch today. So there's more winners and you'll get something. We'll get something. Okay, for sure. And then I really want to thank you guys for being attentive, being on time, especially day 2. Day 1, you guys did an amazing job again, coming out of lunch and adapting to the change. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Kelly, and she's going to bring up our first speaker of the day. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm pretty excited about our first speaker today. I saw her, I don't know, how many years ago was that? Maybe 5. I was a little younger. And I just really was enthralled by her, not only delivery, but her message. And the whole entire team walked away with something new and a change in our perspective of how we look at trust and how we look at recognizing where we need to get better and how to look at sharing knowledge across the team. And we have been trying to get her on this stage ever since then, to be honest. And we finally got connected. She actually went to the IMP, CSL, PPO, KSN not too long ago and spoke to them. And it was phenomenal, the feedback I heard. So Dr. Jennifer Hawkins, about 20 years of knowledge management, that's a lot. How many people in here have 20 years of knowledge management experience? All right, just a couple, not many, the ones I'd expect. All right, some of our plank owners, yes. So that's phenomenal. That's some amazing insight and perspective she has, because probably she has had some issues. She may have failed along the way and had some amazing successes, and that's really where we learn and grow. She served in the White House, the Pentagon, 2 places I've never been, and several other federal agencies. So she does understand our business and understand the overall logistics of things that we struggle with and deal with. She is currently the Director of Knowledge Exchange for the National Association of State Workforce Agencies and serves as a Senior Advisor to the Peace Corps for Digital Inclusion Policy. She graduated from Harvard, which I thought was pretty amazing, Georgetown, and NYU. So quite a prestigious list of accolades. So please join me in a warm welcome for Dr. Jennifer Hawkins.
Again. I hear it. All right. I didn't press the button right. It's always human error. There we go. Thumbs up in the corner. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is so good to be here. I have my glasses up here. I'm going to try, see if my eyes will cooperate this morning. Sometimes they do. Those of you who know, you know. But it's good to be here. And I do want to thank Kelly. I don't know where you went. There you are. There you are. And the team for the gracious invitation. I know you all have had quite the full week. And I know you are leaving here better, edified, and ready to put some of these conversations to work. I've heard that you've been talking about AI. How do you transform this information into knowledge? Microsoft 365, we always want to get into conversations about the tools whenever we're at these KM events and how we actually get things done. So it sounds like you've had a full event. Several years ago, when I was attending actually one of the KM conferences that Kelly was mentioning, one of the presenters asked if there was anyone in the audience who was an accidental KM professional. Well, my hand just shot up in the air because I definitely fell into this accidentally, and I think that most people do. It results from a pattern of behavior. Let me know if you've been in this scenario before. You are working on something and you start asking the usual questions. Have we done this before? Was that done before? What was done before? When was this done? Who would know about it? And inevitably you end up being told to talk to Jim, who used to work with Tom, who remembers when Chris was the head of the project. So you go off and you start talking to people. And you start on this journey, and then the light bulb goes off, and you're like, well, we need to capture this somehow. Well, how do we do that? And lo and behold, you have stumbled into the world of knowledge management. And this was never more true than my time when I first started at Peace Corps. I was charged with building a global knowledge sharing platform that would connect thousands of volunteers in nearly 70 countries. Now, all of them are doing similar work in Peace Corps' 6 programmatic areas. And the idea was that they could and would share their best practices, their lessons learned, as long as we had a platform on which for them to do it. So began the journey to launch this tool. Now by the time I arrived, they'd already tried twice unsuccessfully to launch this platform. So not only did I need to figure out why it hadn't worked, I really needed to understand why they wanted to keep trying. Now, ultimately, the answer to that latter question was because of the high rate of turnover. Most volunteers serve for 2 years, so it was truly impractical for them to continue to start from scratch every time new volunteers were deployed to the field. But we're gonna talk a little bit more about that later. So let's go back to the stumbling and fumbling through the world of KM. So as you stumble and fumble through this world, you start to hit barriers. You start to hit a little friction, here and there. There's some resistance to what you're doing, and at first it's baffling. And that's when you begin to confront the value of knowledge, that knowledge is currency. Knowledge is a hard-fought, achievement. Blood, sweat, and tears went into acquiring that knowledge. And for many of us, our value to an organization, or so we believe, is what we know. So you can't just go around handing it out. Knowledge is your currency. So the question then becomes, when do we hand it out? And is it just because it's so valuable that we safeguard it so fiercely, or is there something else going on? So I want to jump back to 2020. Y'all remember 2020? Started out as that little so-called vacation. Nobody's really knowing what's going on. And then it turned into something much more serious, and cabin fever, and an unfamiliar world. That 2020. So throughout the pandemic, I was actually tracking the activities of state workforce agencies across the nation as they administered our unemployment insurance program. So here's a little primer on UI. It's a federally mandated state-run program that keeps you afloat when you're expecting job loss at no fault of your own. Now, every state is responsible for administering that program and they are free to do it however they choose within given parameters. Now, during the pandemic, the president established 3 new UI programs. Now, these programs changed the eligibility to receive benefits, extended the amount of time you could receive benefits, and increased the amount of benefits you could receive. So states were struggling to get their systems updated to accommodate these new rules and start issuing benefits. So as I'm sure you know, or maybe you had family members who experienced this, some people were waiting months to receive their benefits. Now that's every single state and territory trying to do the same thing. Now I'm sitting back and I'm watching. This is not the first recession we've ever had. So what did y'all do the last time? Why aren't you talking to each other more? And I set out to answer those questions because it was clear that something else was going on. So I launched a study, and 36 of the 53 states and territories participated in this study. Now, all state workforce agencies were invited to participate, but 36 answered the call. Now, as you heard Kelly mention, I work for the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, or NASWA, of which every single state workforce agency is a member. NASWA has an online knowledge exchange platform that's been in place since 2017, and it's designed to be the interstate hub of knowledge sharing. Your best practices, your lessons learned, your strategies, your policies, everything you're doing. And in theory, every single state can come here, share what they're doing, see what others are doing, and in theory, shorten the time between ideation and implementation. Reduce the number of errors and mistakes made along the way as well. So now, the platform is designed to facilitate interstate knowledge exchange. So we've got the technology there, but in my mind, I'm like, it's gotta be the technology. It's gotta be something wrong with it. So generally speaking, there are 2 categories of barriers to knowledge management. My APQC colleagues will know this well. Structural and human. Structural barriers are things like time, awareness, and distance. Do folks have the time to engage in meaningful knowledge sharing and exchange? Do folks know about the various opportunities to engage in meaningful knowledge sharing and exchange? And is there a proximity issue at play? Think about where you are today and where everybody came from to get here to this moment. Is there a proximity issue happening because maybe you have geographically dispersed teams? These are considered to be the structural barriers. And then you have the fun ones, the human barriers, the people. These types of barriers are things like culture, a culture of sharing or exchange, or even a counterculture of knowledge hoarding. And then relationships, fostering that connection with your colleagues, which I hope is what you've all been doing this week. It's been shown that where there is no relationship, people are less likely to share openly. So I started with a quick 3-question survey about the use and usefulness of the knowledge exchange platform, because of course, in my own brilliance, I thought it had to be the technology. Couldn't be anything else. Have we ever jumped the gun on what we think something is or when we think a problem is? That's definitely what I did. So when asked how often the survey respondents referenced the materials in the platform, all of them said sometimes, rarely, or never. It was like, whoo, okay, that hurts, but that's what I thought. But then, when asked how useful they found the materials and how useful they found the knowledge exchange platform to be, 57% said very useful or extremely useful. But you never go to it. And then 75% said that the information and resources that are in the platform were high quality, timely, relevant, easy to find, and helped ease innovation and implementation of new ideas. Now, come on. What is that? How? You never go there. So you're telling me that you rarely go there, but when you do, it's golden. So I need to understand why you're not going there. What in the world is happening here? And what is standing in everybody's way if when you do log in, it's a party? It's a good time. You love what you find. So it's time to conduct some interviews. I need to talk to people. We have 13 states who participated in live interviews and focus groups. And after speaking with dozens and dozens of workers across these 13 states, this is what I discovered. Here we go. There we go. Show me the money. Finding number 4. We're going to start from 4 and work our way up. The content needs to be organized by what matters most. When they reference any of the materials, they need to know the relevance and the applicability in about 15 seconds. Just like that. Don't waste my time. I need to see if it matters to me, and I need to move on. Fair enough. Finding number 3, uniqueness of circumstances. Many participants just flat out stated that they felt that their circumstances were too different from others to really be able to utilize the things that the other states were doing. Now, as one participant said, if you have 53 states, then you have 53 ways of doing things. So there's a disconnect there. Finding number 2, the fierce urgency of now. Now, the emergency was over. It's late 2022, early 2023. The emergency is over and everybody's relaxed again. And when crisis strikes, it lights a fire under everybody. Money comes flooding in from legislators and lawmakers, and everybody starts scrambling. But when the dust settles, other priorities take precedence, and it's a vicious cycle. But with all of those things impacting and disrupting active and proactive, sustained knowledge sharing and exchange, one reason, and one reason alone, resurfaced 100% of the time. Every single interview, every single focus group, it was undeniable. Now it's trust. Trust. One participant said, "We're not always sure if what we're doing is legit, and it may get looked at the wrong way if we bring it up." Trust. When it comes to knowledge sharing, trust has a double meaning. First, knowledge sharers have to trust that this is a judgment-free zone. As knowledge contributors, you have to feel safe enough to share your insights, thoughts, and ideas. Second, knowledge sharers have to trust that others know what they're talking about. If you don't believe folks are competent, you're not going to believe a word that they have to say. Trust. Trusting that I can share openly without ridicule, and trusting my colleagues to give me sound advice and counsel. Now, we see it all the time when we shop online. The first thing you want to do is read the reviews. What are other people saying? You want that validation before making that purchase. You don't just take the seller's word for it. You don't trust what the seller has to say. The number one barrier to active and proactive participation in the only knowledge exchange program for every single UI office in the country. They had no other choices. They had no other alternatives, but it boiled down to trust. They would rather sit alone than join in with the rest. So you remember that Peace Corps story I was telling you about, and there was, moderate levels of enthusiasm from the staff. The volunteers were gung-ho about it, but moderate levels of enthusiasm. Now, on this platform, volunteers could share freely. Volunteers all over the globe, no matter where they were. Whatever they learned by trial and error and experience, they could share. Now, for some staff, for our subject matter experts, this drove them crazy because they didn't trust the soundness of what volunteers would be sharing. It was the second meaning of trust that we discussed earlier. So the next step was to show them. We were simply going to have to show and prove. Now, for those who can, a little participation. Do me a favor and stand up. Go ahead and rise from your seats. And I want you to pair up. This won't take long. Go ahead and pair up. All right. Now, one of you turn your back to your partner. Does anybody know what I'm getting at here? Well, one of you should be facing the other's back. So not back to back, face each other. I think we've all heard of trust falls. Okay, all right. We're not gonna do any trust falls because I know my insurance does not cover that. But before you sit down, now I want you to face each other. I want you to face each other, and I know that this seems a little crazy, but I want you to look your partner in the eye and think about trust falling forward. Think about the mechanics of that, okay? Now, will they catch me? And you got to know who's falling first. If you both try to fall at the same time, it's going to be a mess, right? Will they catch me? Will they remain on balance? Can they actually hold me up? Will they fall too? Will I fall and hit my face on the ground because I see the ground coming? You know, this is super awkward, staring at my partner in their face when I have all these doubts running through my mind. Can they tell that I'm doubting them right now? I really don't think they're going to catch me. I don't know. But this is an exercise. I got to pretend like I trust them. All right, you can sit down. Gotta get the blood circulating a little bit. But when you think about it, we trust fall forward every single day. That's what you've been doing all week. When you sit across the conference room from your colleagues, when we sit across a strategy desk trying to hammer out a solution, we are trust falling forward. We are looking each other in the eye, and I'm trusting that what I put forward, you will catch. What you put forward, I will catch. So it's all about trust. All right, okay, we got the point. We got the point, Doc Hawk. We got the point. So how do we go about building trust? Well, I'm so glad that you asked. That is what we're here to talk about. So we're going to go through the 10 commandments of trust. Now, these are not epically mind-blowing, assertions. But if you lose yourself in your work, if you forget to live by these principles, these commandments, then trust is nearly impossible to build, strengthen, and maintain. So let's start with the first one. One of these days, I'm not going to hit the wrong button. There we go. Keep doing it. Thou shalt listen. Listen. Listen intently and intentionally. Listen actively. One quick way to alienate people is to demonstrate that you're not listening to them, for them to feel unheard. So to build and maintain trust, you must listen. We all know what it feels like to be talking to a brick wall, or basically to have someone just look through you as you talk. Thou shalt communicate. Communication is anything but a one-way street. So be clear in your words, be kind in your words, but most of all, use your words. Your colleagues are not mind readers. You must talk, you must share, you must communicate. Thou shalt be honest. Honesty and authenticity can make or break the bridge of trust. Forthrightness and a willingness not to withhold, embellish, or sugarcoat is incredibly valuable when you're trying to build trust across teams. Thou shalt celebrate one another. Now, when one of us is successful, we all are. So celebrate one another's accomplishments, their wins and successes. When we cheer each other on, when we celebrate one another, it deepens that relationship and it allows for us to open up. It's an overt demonstration that our egos have been checked at the door. Closely related to this is the value of humility. So thou shalt be humble. Confidence has its place, most certainly. Assuredness has its place. A level of certainty is at the core of knowledge. It's what you know. You are certain in that knowledge. But there's a specialness that comes from giving space to the confidence, assuredness, and certitude of others. We are all knowledge contributors, and when you approach with humility, you leave space for everyone, and they in turn will make space for you. Thou shalt keep learning, lifelong learning. Now, of course, my parents are in my ear because I like to go to school. Got a few degrees. It's the expensive way to keep learning, but you can keep learning much more cost effectively than I have chosen to do. But related again to that previous commandment, but it's just so important to name it separately, is to keep learning. Always remember that there is more to learn, to consider, to understand. It is an impossibility to know everything, even when you're an expert. And sometimes it's another's inexperience, their innate curiosity that unlocks new learning for you. Thou shalt show respect. Now, in this, we want to actually exercise the platinum rule, a variation of the classic golden rule. We want to do unto others as they want done unto them. Because honestly, sometimes the way we want to be treated is not how others want to be treated. But professional courtesy and mutual respect fortifies that trust between colleagues. This is one of my favorites. Thou shalt be accountable. Accountability for yourself is one of the most important commandments. When I think about it, it requires that I follow through. It requires that I own my own missteps and errors, and I learn from them. And it means that I'm reliable. Because when I hold myself accountable, not only will people not be so apt to point the finger at me, because I have a reputation for accountability, but it means that I can serve as an accountability partner to them. One of the things that I grew up hearing was sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. So I have to hold myself accountable first, and then I can talk about what other people are doing in a respectful, humble, communicative, all those other commandments way. Thou shalt be transparent. Don't hold back. This is perhaps one of the most challenging commandments because of the vulnerability that is inherent within it. But your transparency in your work and in your communication allows folks to take you at your word, and it removes any doubt that there's something more, that there's something hidden, that they have to be reading between the lines. Just say what it is, lay it out there. And that might open you up to criticism. That might open an issue up to debate that you really don't have the energy to debate, but it's important because when you allow others to come in, you build that trust. And lastly, and most importantly, thou shalt extend trust. You've got to give to receive. It can be difficult to extend that trust, especially if you've been burned in any way throughout your career by other colleagues. I know nobody has burned anybody in this room. But it's a risk worth taking. And in these settings, it's a requirement. Now, let me share a quick story with you all. As Kelly mentioned, I actually started my career at the White House. I was very young. I was in the White House Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives. I was very young, but I had been given a tremendous amount of responsibility. Now, the White House office was the lead for 10 centers of faith-based and community initiatives at executive agencies throughout DC. So one day I'm sitting in my office, and one of the center directors, he was in the area, that part of DC, he stopped by, and he wanted to have an impromptu meeting with me. I had no clue what he wanted, but sure, I'm always happy to chat, come on in. Well, I was soon confronted with a very disgruntled individual who opposed the latest outreach strategy that I had sent out to all of the center directors. Now, he told me in no uncertain terms that he was testifying before Congress when I was still in diapers. I said, well, that's a fact. You're not wrong, sir. But it's not like I could suddenly age. I was not Benjamin Button. I'm still not Benjamin Button. So I had to make a decision on the spot. So I listened. Commandment number 1. He vented, he aired his frustrations, and I acknowledged that we were in a unique situation since I was very much his junior. I communicated my position on the issue, and and suggested we figure a way to work it out with our circumstances, because within our circumstances, because they weren't going to change. I was still going to be 22. He was still going to be his age. I was still going to be in this position. I was honest with him about my role, responsibility, and my level of authority. And I celebrated the work that he'd done to date. I knew that there was much to be learned from a more seasoned civil servant, so I remained humble. I showed him a tremendous amount of respect despite feeling attacked, and admitted that there was still much for me to learn. So for the parts of my leadership style that rubbed him the wrong way, I took accountability, and I agreed to be more transparent in our plans and communications. And finally, I extended trust to him because the relationship was much more valuable than my rank. Now, we actually had a phenomenal working relationship after that, and I won't lie. I was a feisty, fiery little 22-year-old. So the first thoughts in my head were not those 10 commandments. When you raise your voice at me in my office, whoo, can get you. But we were colleagues, and it was bigger than the two of us. Just like in this room, you're serving a greater purpose. There were 9 other center directors, and I was a political appointee. These were civil servants who were here before me, who were going to be here after me. And ultimately, we worked in service of the people. So we can employ a dozen different tactics to facilitate, support, and incentivize knowledge sharing. We can have gamification. We can have user-friendly technology. We can do rewards and compensation, and all those approaches are useful. Don't get me wrong. They have a place. But at the end of the day, for a knowledge management program to be successful, it begins and ends with trust. It's why serving in our military is a sacred fraternity. It's why there's a shared understanding between veterans, between first responders. It's a brotherhood, it's a sisterhood, and it's built on trust. You listen, you communicate, you be honest, you celebrate one another, be humble, keep learning, show respect, be accountable, be transparent, and extend trust. The 10 commandments of trust. Live them, breathe them, be them. And you'll be building your KM house on a solid foundation. Now you fail to do so, and you'll soon realize that your house is a house of cards. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful and productive final day. I think we're going to do a little Q&A if I am correct. I'm happy to talk to folks on Teams or anyone in the room. Thanks so much. What's next? Does anybody have any questions? Oh, okay, there we go, there we go. Oh, yes, and make sure you're using your mics at your table.
Thank you. Good morning, Angela. So, I'm super inspired today. I'm ready to go talk to my team and get them very inspired. But then I always wonder, at a certain point, you get deflated. You forget, how inspiring this is. And this will probably carry me on for about 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so how do you feel about, when do you need to continue to try to, bring your team in again and inspire them again? And how do you feel kind of about that?
Ooh, that's one of those,
Sorry
it depends.
to throw the tough one out first.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. It's a good one, and it's a common problem. It's one of those, it depends. And what I'll tell you is that, did everybody hear the question? How do you kind of keep the team inspired, especially when you start to hit that lull? You're coming off the high of this week, but in about 3 months, it's going to look very different. One of the things that I found that works well is to remember the why, and the second thing is to take a break. Sometimes, now breaks are not always possible. They're not always feasible, and I understand that. But sometimes you just need to step away, give yourself a mental break, and kind of gather yourself and recall what you're feeling today. And if your team is starting to hit a lull, do something, that standard team building stuff, but like get them back, like, okay, remember, we're in this. This is the bigger picture. This is what we're working towards. This is the why. And always, always, always look for those small wins. We all know about that low hanging fruit. And if you could just get a little taste, it's like, okay, I can get to the top of this tree. I can get to the fruit that's on the top. But I just needed to experience and kind of prove to myself that what we're doing is worth it. So look for those small wins. Take a break if you need it. Give that room for your team to have that mental break, and stay focused on your why. Because at the end of the day, I will, add on to that story from Peace Corps. One of the things that kept happening, was I was going to one country and I was going to another country and I was going to this country and that, trying to just drum up support. And it was no problem among the volunteers, but the staff were very skeptical. And one of the reasons they were so skeptical is because they had done this before. This was another situation where it's like, yeah, we've seen that before, and we're not quite buying in. And so for me, it felt like Groundhog Day, because if I'm in Cambodia, I answer the same questions, do it. Then I go to Nepal, okay, well, I'm answering the same questions and I do it. Then I go to Ghana, answering the same questions, and then I do it again. And it's like, okay, well, I'm getting tired. This was exciting the first 10 times, but we're on 37 and I'm over it. And that happens, and so you just said, okay, why am I doing this? And just to give a little bit more context, for Peace Corps, all staff serve 5-year terms. So not only are our volunteers leaving every 2 years, the average staff tenure was 3.7. So by the time I had made my rounds domestically and gotten all the buy-in, by the time I was traveling overseas, half of the staff that bought in were gone because they timed out. So I returned back, and I have new folks who are like, what are you doing and why are you doing it? I don't get it. And I'm like, I just spent a year talking about this, but you're new, so I have to talk about it again. So it's very easy to get in that lull and to just get bogged down, but do those 3 things and it typically, helps, but take a break. Sometimes take that mental break. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, my name is I'm from Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. With your travels working with states, organizations, and countries, what would your insight be for trust in different cultures?
Ooh. That's a great question. Trust across cultures. I would say commandment number 1, thou shalt listen. So the way I do things, if I were to check off my list of identities, I'm a Zennial, that Gen X millennial crossover, African-American, an American, I'm a woman, Christian, bringing all these things, right? When I go somewhere else, it's very different. So my job is to listen, and my job is to learn. Thou shalt keep learning. Because once I listen and I learn, then I hear what resonates with other people and what matters to those individuals. Because what matters to me is not always what matters to other people. And I'm thinking, well, this has to be universal. No, nothing is universal. And I have to take myself out of it. And I certainly have to take all of the work that I put into it out of it. It doesn't matter. It matters at the end of the day. But in that moment, when I'm trying to understand what are your priorities, what are your values, what matters to you, what messaging resonates with you, how can I make your life easier? How does this play into your everyday operations? That's where it comes from. And so for every country I went to, there's a lot of homework in advance. Okay, what are their focuses? What are their programmatic areas? What are the demographics of the local office? If I'm entering into a culture where women have a different status, who can I partner with? Because right now it's not time to have a culture war. Right now we're trying to achieve a goal. So if I need to have, a rabbi here to kind of do some of the talking because the men in the room will listen, because that's culturally what's expected. Not a problem. This isn't about me. And so whenever you're working across cultures, take yourself out of it. That's the quickest way to give yourself some sanity as well, because you're all just working towards that goal, and it has nothing to do with you as an individual. It has everything to do with the mission and what we're trying to accomplish. So that'd be my response to that. Saw another question in the, yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think one of the things that resonated with me was your discussion of urgency of now, particularly with the UI piece. And I would wonder if you have specific observations about having a crisis like that, where you've got a very short-term group of people who probably have never worked together before, trying to get this executed on a rapid timescale. We have, I think everyone in the room can relate to the idea that things catch on fire and you've got to put a bunch of people who've never talked together in a room, solve a problem, document it, and not have it happen for 20 years potentially again until you see it sometime in the future.
Right.
So any observations you have on that short time scale, new team, building this fast would be appreciated.
Oh, absolutely. I think the biggest lesson that came out of this is we can't do it again. It could be 5 years, it could be 20 years, it could be 30 years. In this case, we hadn't seen a pandemic in a century, but we'd seen a recession. And even if you don't see that type of fire, maybe this is not a fire started by gas, but it's a fire started by some other, accelerant. And so no matter what it is, learn and remember what you're doing and be prepared. Have that plan to do it again. Run drills. Okay, we're literally going to pretend. I used to work at Quantico for the Marine Corps, MSTP, MAGTAF Staff Training Program. And every couple of months we were running simulations. So for any of our Marines that were getting ready to deploy, they would come to MSTP, run through these exercises, and then they would go out to the field. And they'd be ready for deployment. And the whole purpose was to practice, because we don't know what you're going to see, but we know kind of what you're going to see. We don't know exactly what that scenario is going to be, but we can prepare you to the best of our abilities. And I think everybody in this room is more prepared than the majority of America to handle an emergency, because that's what we're in the business of doing. So take that and literally practice it. Run those fire drills, have your plan in place, know exactly what's got to happen when a fire, no matter what causes it, starts up, and be on that shared understanding. If you've never worked with you, it doesn't matter, because I prepared the same way you prepared. And yes, we'll have to navigate some personalities. We'll have to, kind of get to know each other, but come in with those 10 commandments in mind, come in prepared to extend trust and understand your why, and that you're all there. One of the things that we are doing right now with all of the state workforce agencies is we're preparing for an in-person symposium on UI. It's the first one we've had since 2018. And it's because they finally asked for it. They were like, okay, this kicked our behinds. So yes, we've done it before. We did it in 2007, 2008, when there was a recession. We did it when the dot-com bubble burst. We did it in the early 90s. We did it in the 80s. We've done this time and time again. Every 8 to 10 years, we deal with a recession. And every 8 to 10 years, new programs pop up that are issued by the president. And every 8 to 10 years, we have no idea how to respond. Well, at some point, you got to just stop saying, I don't know. And so one of the things we are really focusing on now is saying, get in a room and make your plan. Have your contingency plan in place, because we can guarantee there's going to be another recession. We hope to God there's not another pandemic, but we know there's going to be another recession. There's going to be another economic downturn. There might be new unemployment insurance programs. Get your systems in place. If you need to modernize that technology, modernize that technology. Don't wait. And I understand, and that was the fierce urgency of now. Lawmakers have moved on to the next urgent thing. Or it's an election cycle. So they're not thinking about it. They're not giving the dollars that they used to give. So there's always going to be these external factors, but there's so much within your control. And always remember, you'll be gone. I'll be gone. Somebody else will be in their place. But I'm going to leave for my successor as much as I can. to say, hey, in 2020, this is what we did. So if you're now in 2029 or 2030, and you weren't there at the time, you weren't here 10 years ago, I got the rule book for you right here. Hopefully it's on Teams or something and not printed in a binder. But we'll worry about that technology piece later. But write it down. Write it down. Everything that you do, everything that you know, it's for the sustainability of the organization. It's not for you. So give it freely. You can just start talking if I miss any hands. I'm trying to see. And I don't think we have any questions on Teams. Oh, yes, sir.
So you talked a little bit on the kind of knowledge is the value currency of the employee to the organization, right? And I think especially in like this organization is very technically based. There's a lot of individuals who are the technical subject matter experts in their field, and sharing that knowledge sometimes can be a burden because, right, I'm that man or woman, a person who is, I'm the expert in this. So you have to come to me, otherwise what's my value to the organization? Just trying to, any thoughts on how to overcome that, how to kind of get after that problem to foster the trust-based, open kind of flow of information?
Sure. When you are the subject matter expert and you share your expertise, one, that's why you're here, to share your expertise. But two, your expertise is not diminished in any way by you sharing it with those who have questions. I heard, which coach? One of the NBA coaches was he was very open with his playbook. I want to say it was Phil, but I don't think it was him. Either way, very open with his playbook. He was asked by some reporters, like, you got all your plays out here in the open? And he was like, yeah, still a better coach. You still have to execute. You can't do what I do. And it sounds arrogant. It sounds like, oh, okay, buddy, calm down. But what he was saying was, I'm an open book. If a high school coach in North Dakota can benefit from this play, if they've got this powerhouse player who can pull this play off, go for it. But when we get in the game, my opponents still have to guard me, and my players still have to execute, and your players still have to execute. I wrote these plays for my personnel. They may not work for your personnel. And at the end of the day, I'm putting my coaching ability up against your coaching ability. And I think for many of us, once we become that subject matter expertise, or that subject matter expert, we start to kind of fold in, because that is our value, that is our currency. But I would encourage everyone to understand that it doesn't diminish your value to the organization. It doesn't change that you're a subject matter expert. All of those years of experience, all of the toil that you put in, somebody would still have to do that, but hopefully you're continuing to learn. So it's a moving target. Your expertise doesn't just stop. Oh, I'm an expert now. Nothing more I need to learn. I just stand here. You keep learning too. Folks will follow along, but that's what endears people to you. That's what builds that respect. That's what builds that trust. And again, it's not about you. It is about the organization. It is about the mission. And it is really, really hard to do, because I understand needing to show your worth, needing to, prove that you're valuable needing for people to understand why you're here, and it can be daunting. And for me, it can be scary. But I think at the end of the day, we owe it to the organization if we're here about the mission and not for ourselves.
Kind of along the same lines, one of the things you had brought up earlier was one of the reasons why people maybe were reluctant to share was fear of judgment, and you went through these 10 commandments of trust, which on an individual basis, very got to understand creating an atmosphere that allows people to share their experience. I was wondering if you had any tangible experience that you could relay to us. So, one of our big ways of um, getting knowledge from a project team that's executing availability is through a hot wash. It's an in-person meeting. And sometimes I would stand to reason that some of what could be learned doesn't come out necessarily just because of maybe how badly something went, and there were some maybe some embarrassment or some other things that would be a barrier to really get into the root of why something went wrong, and not all of the lessons are shared fully. And so I've got this, the part about the 10 Commandments of Trust, but I wondered if there was any thing that you experienced and things organizationally that were changed to allow even better sharing through those sorts of meetings, or into lessons learned databases, that sort of thing.
One of the things that I've spent, I think, the most time doing over the course of my career is just watching and observing people. And the hardest part about getting to that, where folks just kind of trust and get over the fear, or are able to get past the fear of sharing, that fear of ridicule, is to be very individualistic in how I approach each and every person that, you know, about to, I mean, we call them murder boards, but, you know, when you're about to, when you're putting yourself out there, and you're kind of opening yourself up for critique, feedback, all those things. And I just had to start, I couldn't treat everybody the same. Now, it took a lot more effort and work on my part, but I needed each and every person to see and to understand that I see you. I know that you are not the same as this person, and this person is not the same as that person. You know, and I'm going to be tough, and this goes back to being transparent. I'm going to be tough, and we're gonna get through this. You're going to get some feedback, but it's setting those expectations up front. So having those conversations about what we're going into, what people are going to experience, and I'm not just being, you know, speaking in generalities. You do have to be very specific. And a lot of times when I knew I had some employees who, you know, some may characterize as more sensitive or more reserved, or they're not going to receive this once, you know, once the firing squad starts, they're going to back up, or they're going to shut down. We have those conversations ahead of time. Hey, when we go in here, this is what I need from you. This is what I want from you, and this is what you can expect. And this isn't personal. It isn't this. It is that. But it's going to be based on the individual. And I didn't have to do that with everybody. There are some folks who could take it like a champ, and they go on their merry way. But I knew others who had so much value, and they had so much up here, and I need that to be shared. That's why you're on this team, is because I need you contributing. So I don't need you shutting down because you're thinking you're going to get this feedback and this criticism in that way. And so it was really approaching the individual, setting those expectations, and having those conversations ahead of time. Like, are you ready for this? Because this is what we're going into, but it's needed. It's needed, and you will be okay. It is not a personal attack on you. And I think it's also controlling the environment. You know when it's crossed over from constructive criticism to just throwing spears at someone. You know, we all know that feeling, like, all right, you know, that's enough. They got the point. You know, maybe it wasn't the greatest idea, but if you know, I can get laughed at. I can laugh at some folks. I know I can't laugh at everybody. You know, it doesn't hurt my feelings if I say something I should have thought it through before. You know, it should have remained an inside thought before I let it out. Sometimes I let it out and I'm like, okay, that wasn't the most brilliant moment of my life, and we'll all have a good chuckle about it. It's no big deal. But for some people, That's soul crushing. That's damaging. So you just have to learn the individual and know who can handle that and who can't, you know, and I'll Jones on some folks and other folks I'll leave alone because I know that that does not work for them and it will lead them to shut down. But the individual, setting expectations, communicating up front, getting everybody on the same page so that we don't have those issues. See my timer counting down and my handler over here lurking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Please give Dr. Hawkins another round of applause. Raise your hand if you think that was a really good message. The only question that I was going to ask is that, can you skip a step? Because we know a lot of people that, you know, I show everybody, I'm accountable, you know, across the board, but they don't trust people, or they trust people, but they don't, you know, do no deep thinking. So in reality, I'm going to definitely do a sidebar, but a lot of us as people try to live in our little silos because we're doing 3 and 4 and not all 10. So that's a challenge for, I believe, everyone in the room. And we definitely, you know, that message really resonated with a lot of people, as I can see a lot of people taking notes. So as we move forward, I'm going to be inspiring you guys to definitely get into change management again, because we're not going directly to the roundtable. Our program director will be coming up, Kelly Souders. And I just really want to give you a little bit about her. Fun fact about Kelly is, I don't know if you know this, but Kelly is quite famous. She has been on an HRT commercial for Hampton Roads. Give her a round of applause. It's not easy to get on a commercial. But seriously, Kelly has talked about knowledge management and how essential it is to share critical knowledge, which drives process improvement. Today, we want to thank her for giving us a message on change management. And today she'll be focusing on change management for the benefit of our community. So give her another round of applause.
Thank you.
Kelly.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I know you didn't know. I do autographs later today if you'd like any. You know, I had like one line that said "share the ride." Pretty phenomenal, if I do say so myself. So we are going to do a quick exercise. Are you guys ready? Don't hate me. I know you're gonna like, oh my goodness. Okay. So what I need you to do is we're going to fill in all our front tables, okay? Because I want to feel your presence. Plus, this workshop or this section, we are actually doing some pretty good table discussions, which means those of you who have only 2 at your table, even though you both are the smartest people at that table, we want to make sure that you have some knowledge. So I know you guys are comfortable. So those that are in the back, we're going to take a moment, and everyone, like a kindergarten class, kind of get up and shift. We got 37, 38 only has 2 lonely men. 44 has 2 lonely men. If that's 48 has 2 lonely men. These tables are really lonely. So let's take a moment and shift ourselves up a little. I know you can do it. Stretch your legs for a moment, and you know, maybe you'll meet your new best friend. And then we will get it going. I know, it's horrible. I'm sorry. Terrible. You guys are so amazing. How flexible everyone is. All right. So as you guys get to your tables, and 37, no one likes to be at 37. What's wrong with 37? Thank you, Clifford. All right, 37 is really lonely. Cliff is all by himself. Someone come sit with Clifford. No, you cannot have a table discussion by yourself. You might have to join 38. Oh, wait a minute.
So
You got
somebody
some
said
people
from our risk
coming.
management group to come to the front.
All right.
That's
It was
McCoy,
almost painful to watch.
Merle. My
I'm
risk management group
exhausted.
has to come to the front.
All
Right here.
right. So if you can hear my voice, clap one time.
I
If
will
you can
call you
hear
out.
my voice, stomp your feet. If you can hear my voice, say hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I'm so excited. Kelly made me move. Of course, maybe the people who didn't move are more excited.
Hey,
All
Kelly,
right.
I'm going to call out my risk management group to come to the front.
Oh, risk people.
Yeah.
Come on. It's
Could
not
y'all please
risky.
come to the front?
Not risky. All right. As he's shifting, I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. So thank you for coming back to day 3. Can you please give Miss Dr. Jennifer Hawkins another round of applause? Oh my goodness. Phenomenal. I don't know how to follow her. There's no way. I mean, so give me grace. Like, she is phenomenal. And I might have to just reference some of the things she talked about, because I don't know about you. And I was sitting back there with Juanita and Aisha. I felt like she was talking to me. I felt like, okay, that really hits home, because no matter how great a tool is or a program is or anything, it really boils down to trust. And do we trust the program? Do we trust the tools? Do we trust the people? Do we trust our leaders? Do we trust the system to listen to us, to value us, to make sure things are working for us, so that when we're working those 12 to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, 13 days-ish in a row, because that's all you're supposed to work in a row, right? That they're listening. And so trust is key. So thank you for that. So today we're going to talk about, are you ready? Change. How well did you enjoy moving from your table to the front tables? Did you like it? I'm looking over here because mostly over here. You didn't like it. You were comfortable, right? It felt, you were like, my coffee's here, my bag is here, my purse, my books are all open. I'm really comfortable. I don't really want to change, Kelly. You're kind of annoying me. And that's okay, because I'm a mother of 3 boys. I annoy somebody every day. So I'm used to it. But you know, change is inevitable, whether we want it to happen or not. And no one promised you it was going to be easy. You know, there's always something, there's always an excuse, there's always a challenge that you have to overcome. But change is inevitable. And that's really where the learning, that's where the improvements really come into play. I mean, think about it in your own life. Do you like change? How many people like change? Put your thumbs up. If you don't like change, put your thumb down. If you don't have an opinion and you're not breathing, put your thumbs like this. Okay, that's what I thought, a couple of you. Yeah, okay, so I'm with, you know, some people at 38. They're still lonely, so someone needs to go sit with them. I like change. And if you know me, you probably know it, because you're like, she changes things way too much. I like change, but that doesn't mean I think it's easy. I mean, let's see, after I got out of college, I had to go get a real job. That was scary, but exciting. It was for the Navy Yard, you know, that was really different. I wasn't expecting that. My first experience when I walked into 262, which was, we did sewage and plumbing and ventilation. Yes, Liz was in there with me. You know, I walked in, there was only men in there. I was the only woman, actually pretty much on the floor. They were all in dirty, grungy t-shirts, and they all looked really not exciting, and the room was really dirty, and there was bugs, and I was like, I don't know about that. And then the guy, it was Mr. Melnick, I love him. He took me to lunch because he had to. I don't think that was standard. And he took me to the Rusty Anchor. It was not good, but I celebrate that change, and it's rewarded me. I got married, not today. I got married. That was a huge change. I celebrate that. We had a party, right? I have 3 children, each one a new challenge. Well, 2 came together, so that was even harder. But change. I didn't think I was going to make it. When I had the children, I had to change jobs. Because how do you do that? Then got the Ford. That was a pretty big change. Going from a Nimitz class to a new class of ships. That was change. You can ask them how they feel about that. But change is not easy, but it was fun. And that's kind of where we're going. You know, that's really where improvement and growth come into play as you embrace change, expect it. Isn't it funny how we're like, gosh, it's fall. I didn't know fall was coming. Where did that come from? Or like, gosh, it's so hot. Where did that come from? Well, it's summer. We know when it comes every year. It's never a shock. Or how did we get to the A-12 brief? Well, it always comes at A-12. You know, we know it's coming. So embrace it. Don't be surprised. It's coming. I promise. So let's talk about how you guys are part of change. Addressing everyone in this room that I can see. Leaders, you help make change effective. You, me, we are critical key aspects of how to help our organizations embrace change, implement change, and by the way, walk through change. Because that is not easy to do, because there's going to be some bumps along the way. So it doesn't matter your position or your title. Every one of you influences somebody. So think about that. Maybe the person sitting next to you. So day 1, we talked about 3 processes: knowledge management, process improvement, and change management. And we fixated on one topic in particular. Does anyone remember, this is a test, what did we focus on day 1? You can look at the agenda, it's kind of not, oh, you guys are so smart. What were some key takeaways from day 1? And you'll have to use your mic so that people can hear you. What key takeaways did you get from day 1? I mean, I could tell you, but curious what you took away. What were some of the things you took away? Anything? Oh, thank you, Liz. I hear you. Change starts from the top. What else? What else did we learn about knowledge on day 1? What did you learn from Rear Admiral Downey? What did he talk about? Let's see how well everyone remembers everything. There was a Top Gun movie played. We talked about 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Yeah, requirements. Requirements are key to keeping us accountable and making sure that we understand what we need to do, how we need to make sure that we are making the mission. I liked something that Rear Admiral Hugel said on the roundtable I thought was great. He said, I always recommend to my team, know who has your position at the other shipyard and have them on your speed dial, which he made a joke because we don't really have speed dials anymore. So you can track down folks who are also in your position or maybe experiencing some of the same challenges, and knowledge sharing happens naturally. I thought that was great. Then right after that, we had the CV and Rock, and I thought that was a great example of how we are implementing some knowledge sharing across the community to have a little bit more visibility and transparency so we can move forward. And then we had a great discussion on some contract vehicles to just give us some awareness and knowledge of something we didn't know was out there. So knowledge is key, and that critical knowledge that we all have is essential so that we can share best practices and lessons learned, but also ultimately drive improvements. So then day 2, what did we focus on? Process improvement, the tools that we use. All right. So what about day 2? Anything stand out to anyone on day 2 when we were talking about process improvement? We had Rear Admiral Midas. We had a round table. We had Vice Admiral Kaler come in. We talked a lot about that get real, get better, mind shift change and the values behind it. Did anyone learn anything new about where get real, get better really originated from? I did. Yeah. It was really a acknowledgement of our leadership that we had issues and that we needed to do something different and we needed to really evaluate where and how we're going to get better as a community. And it started with them and was driven down to us. And that's really what the preference of it is so that we can move forward. And Dr. O'Connell said, forget all the technology, which is funny because that's the first thing we think of when we think of improvement. Identify what we are really trying to do and use the technology to assist us to get there. Because sometimes we can get stuck in the tools and let it dictate us. And we spoke a little bit about the knowledge sharing networks and how they have that insider knowledge and insight we need to drive those improvements in our organization and how we can leverage that amazing machine by involving them. So speaking of change management, I think I lost my, oh, it's just not here, sorry. Speaking of change management, there's been some pretty big changes in our material industry, hasn't there? Have we been feeling it? And it's things that our leadership is working on diligently to help us get real, get better. So I'm going to bring up Karen Lewis, our IMP KSN process master, and she's going to talk a little bit about what they've been working on within that community of practice, that KSN, on some of the initiatives or things they have in motion as the teams are working on how do we adapt to those things that have been changed or in motion and changing and make sure our processes are being worked with them. So Karen, if you could join me on the stage. Let me get you your mic, I'll walk away.
Now try it. All right, what about now? Okay, is that better? I'm tall. Okay, so I guess I'll have to lean over and talk because I'm kind of tall. Thank you. Okay, good morning. My name is Karen Lewis, and I'm Industrial Material Processes Process Master, as Kelly has stated. First, I want to introduce our leadership group for the IMPKSN. We have as our ESC members, Captain David Jones, Captain Michael Chrisman, and Captain Mark Garrigus. Our line leaders are Don Wessels, as well as Brian McDermott. And then, of course, we have our Assistant Process Master, Amy Barrera. So the theme for today, of course, is change management. And so one of the things that I did that I like to do, and that is go and look at the definition of what the theme meant. And the one that resonated to me is change management is a systematic approach to dealing with the transition of transformation of an organization's goals, processes, or technologies. And the purpose of change management is to implement strategies for affecting change, controlling change, or helping people to adapt to change. And the one that stood out the most for the IMPKSN is affecting change. So the question is, what does that mean for us as a KSN? So our mission is to improve material support and communication during planning and execution of CVN availabilities by addressing recurring material deficiencies and evaluating key material processes that may need improvement in order to bring about that change. So going forward, some of the things that we as the KSN are doing or will be doing to help affect that change are aligning with the NSSS SY Chop and Swap initiative. Provide a list of, we have been requested to provide a list of materials to CO4X and others that the project teams would like to see added to the list that's already being worked on. And so for the PEs and PEPMs, as well as the PMMs, when you see that email come across, please be sure to respond to that because they're waiting on that list from us. Also, ensuring that we are connected with, as well as tracking the initiatives that are being worked on. We recently had a meeting at Norfolk with the Ford team, and this was in preparation for the Material and Maintenance Conference or the summit. And so out of that meeting came 7 different working groups that are working on things for the Ford project. And we want to make sure that we are staying connected with them and tracking their progress. Also, understanding how to capitalize on the technologies that are available to help support material readiness. Another thing that we're doing is implementing and executing a material scrub, which is a new assignment that's been given to us, as well as a breakout in preparation for hot washes. And then last but not least, ensuring that the necessary actions or steps are taken so that HII is able to provide significant data needed to create a demand for material that's needed but not readily available in the supply system. So those are some of the things that we're working on or will be working on. So if you have any questions, I'll be sitting over there at table number 4, or you can just catch me in the hallway.
Thank you, Karen. All right, so that gives us a great segue to change management, which is hard, which I could tell by when I asked everyone to move their seats today. So how do we successfully implement it? It's really difficult, right? If it was easy, we would feel really natural about it. We would see the improvements happening. I went and was counting how many initiatives we have in process right now and how many are implemented. And it was a surprising amount that are in planning, but have yet to be implemented. And it was discouraging. And you ask yourself, why? Why does it take so long to plan? And then some of them do take a long time. But some of them is we just really have a hard time implementing them and putting those amazing thoughts into action. So Rear Admiral Midas talked a little bit yesterday, really enjoyed it. And by the way, all those slides are available for you on CVN and the portal. I know you were asking for them. And Dr. Hawkins is as well. He touched on some leadership behaviors I want you to think about. Build learning teams through trust, care, and respect. Act transparently and act on what matters most. And I thought he had some amazing points as he was tying that in to how do we take the mindset that we've had and shift it to this get real, get better, which is really based on honor, trust, and courage. And I believe we talked a little bit about trust just a little while ago. So leadership. Anyone who knows me knows I do love a little bit of John Maxwell leadership. And one of the things that I really learned and that I took to heart when we're talking about leadership is sometimes when we're growing up, we think of leadership as a noun, as a title, as a position, but it's really an action. It's really a verb. It's something you do, and we all do it. We all influence someone, somebody's, something. And that's really what leadership is, because I have influence, you have influence. Even when you don't realize it, we have influence. It's about developing the ability to lead. It's about building those relationships. It's about developing your team. It's about driving the results as a team and then preparing them to influence others and drive the results. That's really when you get those high-performing teams. So let's talk about the role of leadership in change management, because it's not just about identifying issues, because I'm pretty sure we are really good at that. And I love that. And we need to identify the issues, but then we need to take action and implement those changes at work. And that's really where our leadership groups can come in handy. So I did want to talk just for one moment about the 3 leadership group construct that we have in the CARE Team 1 community that makes us unique. And by the way, when Cindy talked the other day to you guys, many of our private industry partners have benchmarked our governance, our leadership model, because it is unique and they don't have it and they've struggled with it. And so this is a really unique and amazing construct that we have, because each leadership group is unique and has a unique role, and together they provide a very powerful way to lead and manage how we change. So we have our process masters, and I'll have everyone stand in just a moment. I'll let you know our line leaders and our executive sponsors are part of that 3 leadership group. And so instead of top down, bottom up, you have all together leading the charge for Care Team 1, which is what makes it so unique. So process masters, will you please stand up just so we can honor you? All right, these are our process masters, and they have a role. Their responsibility is to help identify areas where change is needed and developing a plan to help implement that. They work closely with their leaders, their line leaders, their executive sponsors. Well, it was very imperative. Don't worry, he's up here in just a moment. He can chat with you in just a moment. So they are identifying those areas for change and helping implement them with the plan. They work closely with those leaders, and they manage your KSNs that you are all in and provide that support. Now, I would like Mr. Clifford to come on up, because we're going to talk a little bit about PPM. And I wanted Cliff on the Change Management Day because he's been working on quite many amazing initiatives, but one in particular he has been implementing successfully. But of course, there are challenges along the way. So kind of wanted him to chat for just a minute about how he got it off the ground and some of the things that you did for implementation.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? All right, so Cliff Anderson from Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. I am the Propulsion Plant Matters process master here. So one of the initiatives that we've been working on, actually since 2019, has been an initiative where we want ship's force to be able to use the same work release process that the shipyard uses during the C&O availabilities. Simply put, after the shipyard establishes their master tagouts, whether or not it's on a system or on a major component, the shipyard is able to release their work without having to go into EOS or even without having to use additional work authorization forms. Well, why can't the ship use the same process? Well, it's different. The JIFM doesn't allow that. How could we possibly let the ship do that? So what we've been doing is we basically said, well, why not? Let's build a process that the ship could use that. We originally thought we were going to be able to do this on the 19 Reagan or in Japan. Well, a little problem. They didn't let the local INRO office know about it. They didn't let the type commander know about it. The ship was actually a little bit in the dark about it. And also NAVCO4 and NAVCO8 didn't know about it. Okay, we've got some work to do. So that's what we ended up doing. We got alignment from all of those folks, NAVCO4X, NAVCO8, the local type commanders, the local INRO office, the ship, and actually we even got the shipyard chief engineer involved because he had to write a departure from specification. Not a tech. Why do I need to write a DFS? This is not technical. This is admin. This is the process that the group decided on. And as a matter of fact, it is now a repeatable process. Any project that wants to do that just writes a DFS. We've got the template already out there. It's shared between all the carrier shipyards, and it's even being used right now on two submarine availabilities at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, the USS Pennsylvania and the Connecticut. Okay, so what are the benefits? Each and every single time you can have the ship use the shipyard tagout, you don't have to do a component level isolation tagout. You're instantly saving the ship a minimum of 5 hours of time. Every single time they don't write a tagout, that's 5 hours of time that the ship has to go down and do work and improve the condition of their propulsion plant. All right, so it's huge. Examples. We first did this on the fiscal 20 CVN 72. So we did it on about 147 items, not that much. But then it started to ramp up. The CVN 68 that we did in fiscal 21, 700 items. The recently completed CVN 71 DPIA, 1,100 items. the CVN 70s avail that just finished up that Michaela was instrumental on. Over 700 items. Right now, the CVN 75 is doing it for the first time at Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Now they're only doing it in the MMRs, but right now that's very successful right now. Jim, I know that we've had no work control violations. So the next step, how do we codify it? We're working right now. In fact, the Joint Fleet Maintenance Manual Board of Directors meeting is next week, and we expect that this change would be put permanently in the Joint Fleet Maintenance Manual so that anybody can use it at any time, including the surface ship communities when they go into major availabilities. As long as the type commander says it's authorized, the ships can use it. So major savings. And for the nukes, it definitely improves the flow through EOS, which was one of the major bottlenecks we've always complained about here during CNO availabilities. So that's one part, and that's one of our key business processes, work control. I just want to point out very quickly here our other key business practices that we take care of. We take care of the material condition assessment process, and we also take care of propulsion plant test. So that multicolored chart that you see up there, that is the Ford class endgame picture, cooperatively developed by Norfolk Naval Shipyard, Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, and Newport News Shipbuilding, and supervisor of shipyard. In fact, Commander Cemitaro was there when we built this one. So this is now in the IPT for ACM. This is how we're going to execute in the fiscal 26 for the USS Ford for the very first time, and then we'll see how this works. That other chart, that's the material condition assessment process burn rate, okay, off of the most recently completed 71. Point of fact, in the last 20 years, since we first started in 2020, we have reduced the number of deficiencies that we've been finding by about 40% between 2020 and 2023, and we're still executing the propulsion plant test programs on time in the durations originally published. All right, so these three processes are solid, and it's this community with Captain Algier from my ESC member from the East Coast, Captain Dalmo, my ESC member from the West Coast, Mr. Steve Picard from Naval Reactors is my Naval Reactors ESC member, Josh Miller is my line leader from Norfolk Naval Shipyard, Shane Browning from Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, Brian Barry from Newport News Shipbuilding and supervisor of shipbuilding. And the de facto, my focal points are my nuke and non-nuke chief test engineers, and my de facto focal points are every single one of the ship's reactor maintenance officers. So I want to thank them and my other corporate partners, Naval Nuclear Labs, the A4W Propulsion Plant Engineering Activity, the Reactor Plant Planning Yard, and the A1B Propulsion Plant Planning Yard, Naval Nuclear Labs, and all of the nuke and non-nuke engineering folks at the shipyards. You're all part of Propulsion Plant Matters specifically, and Carrier Team 1 generally. I want to thank you for all the efforts and the improvements we've been able to make since I took over Propulsion Plant Matters back in 2017. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Cliff. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about our line leaders, the second part of that leadership group. So would all of our line leaders please stand up? These are, I know there's some in here. I just saw them. Where'd they go? There's one. He's so lonely. Where are the rest of our line leaders? Oh, they're standing in the back. All right, there we go. So our line leaders are our project superintendents and construction directors and deputy superintendents, and we so appreciate them. And they have a very important role. So they are responsible for really implementing the change that we're talking about on the ground and ensuring it's integrated into those day-to-day operations. And as the customer, they're responsible for making sure that we know what things need to be looked at and evaluated for our aircraft carriers. And then last but not least, our executive steering committee or executive sponsors, if you could please stand up. So these are 06s and GS15s, and they lead our organizations. And this is just a few of the many. Thank you very much. And so they meet monthly to help make sure that we have the necessary support needed to drive these initiatives, as well as provide steering so that we make sure that we are focusing on what our senior leadership is driving. And so I appreciate all of you. So again, thank you to our 3LG. So last but not least of our KSNs, we have our work integration KSN led by the Bob Breon. And he has been working with leadership on a lot of initiatives, and probably one of the hot topics of all of our hot washes lately. So we are currently implementing a couple changes in the way we do modernization, combat systems, and MRAs. And so I'm going to ask Bob to share a little bit about how his KSN is working with leadership through some of these issues. Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. Weakest ink, stronger than strongest memory. And it's easier to read. This is small. So a couple of the things that I live with in life, and this will all tie in. Silence is acceptance. That's a bad thing. You deserve what you tolerate. That can be a bad thing. But always be on the lookout for good and great. Okay, so what's that got to do with what I'm going to talk about today? Well, when we approached our most recent face-to-face in the beginning of May, we threw out all these things on the table. What are our issues? What are we dealing with? What do we need to go after? As Kelly said, combat systems and modernization have really come into the limelight as far as the limiting factor in our availabilities and successful execution and on-time delivery. We haven't missed yet, but we have delivered less than full capable ships, fully capable. So when we did our meeting in May, we took the approach of how do we get to yes? We've talked for several years now about problems, issues, concerns, but it's just been talk. So how do we get to yes? We need to come up with solutions, not more problems. I think we've bounded the problem. Let's get to some solutions here. So that's what we did. We approached every subject with the objective of providing project teams with a product they could actually use, not just ideas, but products. Get some feedback on that, and then we'll make adjustments based on the experience of the project teams when we get to the hot wash. Okay, we looked at these through our annual plan that gets approved by our ASC and 3LG. So they're supporting the Team 1 goals and objectives, as well as the feedback from the hot washes. What's really happening out there? What are the project teams experiencing and what are their concerns? So we came up with a standard hot wash for combat systems with quad charts. Combat systems historically has been avoided or not discussed at all. Most recently in March, the 69 didn't even talk about it, and we blasted through it pretty much on the 71. So why is that? Partly because we've never done it in the past. We've tolerated that. So how do we fix that going forward? We'll come up with standardized quad charts. So we're going to have a master quad chart in these 4 blocks, the 4 quads, and then each of the quads will have its own quad chart to address the specifics for that availability. That way we have a standard we're working to rather than just ad hoc, hey, I didn't like this, I didn't like that, because that historically has been what we've done regarding combat systems. Out of the box thinking. Now here's some heresy or here's some wild thinking, and some people may want me to go do a urinalysis, but conduct a combat systems assessment and inspection program similar to the MCAI we are all familiar with the propulsion plants, but develop a similar type program, or as we're thinking like a C5RA phase 3. So we're working on the verbiage, but it's the idea that's out there. Let's go out and see what the actual condition of the ship is before it comes in, and then address those problems so that come the test program, everything goes swimmingly. Yes, there will be hiccups, but it's not going to be what we're seeing right now, which creates a lot of churn. Another one, out of the box, develop a combat systems assessment program, similar to the MCAP program we all know about. So yeah, creeping nukeism, but nuke's a good thing. And I am a nuke, by the way, by trade. So MCAP, though, works well for us down in the plants, as Cliff just said, 40% reduction, in a number of problems that we're identifying because we're taking care of it real time rather than let it creep down into the end when it's a crisis. So we've done good things in that regard. Next is to create an SI00 fishbone. What's that mean to you? The fishbone, we just laid everything out. We got some help with some process improvement people. Lay it out on a fishbone type chart when I want to light off CWIS, close-in weapon system. What do I need to light off the CWIS? What ventilation, what power, what chill water, whatever it might be, support systems. And then my power, does it need to be filtered power, regulated power? Can I just do it off of shore power? And that if I'm not ready down in the propulsion plants or the load center, whatever it is, it's not ready to support, can I bring in temp power and do the testing that I need to do? So we're going to that level of detail on the fishbone, with the idea being when we get to SI00, which is the light off and testing, that begins the light off and testing of the combat systems suite in their test program, just like we have for the plants. We know what we need. Rich Campbell over here from 246 can look at that and say, these are the systems I'm going to have ready to support the combat systems SI00. We'll continue to add more detail into our endgame templates that we've already created from the combat systems subgroup that was created in answer to repeated hot washes where things didn't go well in combat systems when they did speak. So we've come up with more detailed endgame templates, and we're taking to the next level. And then lastly, we're working on bridging the gap between our COH and the public shipyard availabilities. So to that end, when you look at it, I have a pretty deep bench here when you think about it with my senior leadership. You know, my ESC, here's where we talk about sharing and crossing boundaries. Captain Burkhardt is not one of my ESC members. He is on the ESC, but he is a great advocate for what we're doing. He's got a great interest in it. So I have the luxury of having 5 ESC members, if you will. Mike Galley from NAVWAR, Paul Clifford from NASCO, John Ring from HII, and Captain Johnson from PMS 312. You look across those 5 areas, I've got, as I like to call it, a walking, talking powerhouse of knowledge sharing potential, because we covered all the bases: public, private, warfare communities, modernization. I'm set up for success. We're set up for success. Getting rid of the I word. My line leaders, Matt Stone from Norfolk Naval, and Carl Scholl from Soup Ship Newport News. So now you're seeing how we're going across the 2 yards plus the 3rd yard, which would be Norfolk or Newport News by Carl. I've got Rob Kurz over there in the back. He's our combat systems subgroup lead. So we got all kinds of experience there. And my assistant process master is Neil Hopkins, who's the WIM on the 70. So I said I'd tie this all back together. Okay, we stopped tolerating business as usual, which we've done because what we've been doing is based on a 25-year-old outdated model in combat systems modernization and testing. We're capitalizing on the great ideas that we have shared within our group to come up with crazy things like CSAI and CSAP, CSAP programs. Okay, how do we do that? We're always on the lookout for good. So, you know, you take these things and put it together, and I think we've got a winning combination. And I've gone long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. That was fantastic. Appreciate that. So I wanted to remind you all too that around the room, and some of the posters may have fallen, but you can still see them, is all the process, the KSNs with their business processes listed. So if you're a little confused on what a KSN does, or maybe if you should be part of a specific KSN, go look at their processes. And if you are a user or an owner of the process, you probably want to at least be part of their discussion, because they're working on those processes to make them better. And so that's the best way for you to identify where you belong and fit across those 9 key business processes. Oops. All right. So we're going to do 1 or 2 table discussions. So that's why I wanted you to come together. So get ready, bring out a piece of paper. They're on your table. They have the leadership expectations on the front, just for your reference, and all the questions on the back, so you can like jot some notes on. Because we all know we love to like think about things and take away your thoughts. So I want you to take a few moments to answer What leadership qualities do you think are most important when managing change? And how can leaders effectively communicate the benefits of change to their teams? And for those in the back, feel free to come on up and fill in to some of the empty tables up here. I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes. All right. Let's bring it back in. All right. Did anyone have any interesting insights at their tables about leadership qualities that you think are most important for managing change? Table 1. Contagious attitude. That is really important. It sounds like we have some of the right things on our leadership board. What else? Does anyone else have anything about leadership qualities that are most important? 20? That's a good point. I'll restate what he said, probably not as eloquently, but basically we have to show our people the value of why we're doing it. What is the end? And sometimes my team reminds me of that same thing when I change something. And why are we changing something? What is the value? So humbling. Any other last thoughts? And we'll jump to the last question before we jump to a break. Over here, any insights? The people that I all made change? Listening to your team and being a good communicator. And it's all based on, actually, that goes in this question perfectly, Amy. How do you build relationships? What is the key attribute in building this team, these relationships to do that? And I think I lost it on the slide, but it should be on the back of your page. How do you build relationships, and what are some key attributes in building your team, your relationships? I'm going to give you about 2 minutes or less and then pull you back in. Go ahead. All right. So how do you build relationships? What are some key attributes? Any tables want to share a key thought? What do you guys think? How do you build those relationships? What are some key attributes? I just wanted to make sure you're awake. They tell me I move too much. Active listening, absolutely. What else? Be vulnerable. What else? Transparency. Empathy. Getting to know the members of your team personally.
Also, I think that we have to remember that the knowledge that we have, we do not own it. And so in order to build relationships, we need to share the knowledge. By sharing the knowledge, we incorporate others' ideas, but it also gives us an opportunity to expand our own footprint and to help the greater good.
Absolutely. Be open to sharing our knowledge and bring them in. What about what Dr. Hawkins talked about this morning? Oh, over here at 54. Trust. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. That was exactly, you like read my mind. Trust. What did she say this morning? That no matter how amazing your tools, your program, your platform is, that trust is key to be successful. And she said that a few different times. You know, can I share openly with people? Will they ridicule me? Can I share that information? Yeah, face-to-face interaction is what she had said, kind of instead of the tools can help enforce the communication, but to not lose in 2020 probably hurt us a little, but we're past 2020. You know, that face-to-face, or at least a phone call if you're on a different coast, and you say Depia or Depaya. 41. Everyone has a voice and being approachable. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, so let me wrap this up because I know you're ready for a break. So we're going to jump ahead to slide 20. And honestly, I ask myself these same questions. You know, what am I supposed to do to accomplish? And there's a lot of good questions on there I would love for you to take home and think about and do with your teams, because this is a great team activity on making sure that you are building your teams. But before you even build your teams, are you building yourselves and developing that ability to lead people? Are you inspiring your teams? Are you creating those high-performing teams so that you can function and, in the end, give those results? So let's just look at this one moment, because we're all process people, right? We all love processes. We're very technical. We're very strategic in this room. So in order to, and I'm an engineer, so I go backwards. I think backwards. And so if you're not an engineer, you'll have to bear with me. But in order to get excellent results, which is, you know, right here at the bottom of our leadership expectations, you have to think strategically. And in order to be strategic as a team, you have to have that high-performing team. Well, in order to have a high-performing team, you have to develop your people. In order to develop your people, you have to lead them and gain trust, go back to that word, and credibility. So basically, lead by example gains you that integrity. Developing your people, that gains you that trust. Building those high-performing teams allows you to have those get real, get better conversations, those hard conversations, so that you can think and be strategic, which will, in the end, produce excellent results. So when our leaders put this together for us many years ago, there was a process and there was intention in all the different areas developed. And so we'd love for you to take these back to your teams and use them. And if you have things that we have learned over the years, because we've grown as leaders since then, please let me know so we can work on adapting and growing in our leadership expectations. And so instead of us trying to figure out how to navigate those challenging conversations, we use this as our base. And we work off of this together as a team, kind of like the 10 commandments that we were talking about earlier. So thank you for that. All right, real quick. And then I'm going to turn it over for a break. This afternoon, I need to do a little prep work for you. We're going to actually practice Get Real, Get Better. Are you ready? You're going to love it. That's what I always tell my kids. You're going to love the opportunity to grow. All right, so the goal is to get better. And I'm going to need each table, and this is one of the reasons I actually did have you move closer together so that it would work. So I'm going to need the table to select, and it's not voluntold. The host has to agree. So if you're still a table of 2, go move to a table of more. Trying to think on it, it didn't rhyme. I want you to pick one host per table, all right? And that host, I would like them to come up right before we go to lunch for 3 minutes or less so I can tell them what their job is. And just to make, you know, a little more desirable, because you're going to be the host, because I know you're scared, Renee. You're like, oh my gosh, what is she going to make me do? I mean, I'm going to help you grow. That's the free gift. And that comes with no cost. But we will be giving each of our hosts a small appreciation prize that we have. And I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, because then everyone will run up. And the host does not have to answer any questions. The host actually is going to have a flip chart and one of these topics. These are all pretty good topics, right? With a couple questions. And the table that they're at is going to be responsible for providing the content. And the host will shift a few different tables during the session this afternoon. So the host does need to be here this afternoon. So if you're leaving, which I hope you're not, but if you are, please do not volunteer to be the host because that would really screw things up just a little bit. So I'm going to give you one moment to decide who the host is. And again, if you're at a small table, maybe for the purposes of the cafe, just go move to a different table for a moment. Otherwise, if there's two of you, that's going to be weird. Okay. So I'm going to give you 1 minute, select who the host is, and then I'm going to ask the host to raise their hand so I make sure there's a host. Ready? Okay, go. I see some people volunteering. I'm so proud of you guys. I think some are hiding under the table. All right, we're getting there. Okay, if your table has a host and you're the host, raise your hand and I'll be able to tell how many are left. All right, all right. Okay, okay. All right, 11, you are going to have to work on your host. Let's see who's your host. Table right there behind, yeah, who is your host? 16, thank you. 16, who's your host? 21, lonely man right there behind 21. Oh, he's with you, okay. Okay, okay. 26, okay, 25, okay. All right, 32. Oh, they're just sitting there. They're not really at that table. 30. Okay, but I see more than two because I'm counting 5. Oh, okay. Oh, well, sorry to call you out. Okay, 29 I got. 35. Okay, okay. I'm counting who's going. Okay. 39. Okay, I see. 40. Oh, thank you. 41. Okay. Back there with those wise looking men back. Okay. Okay, Bob. Okay. 45. Who's your host? I see people pointing. Okay. 46. 54. Thank you. Okay. Hey, that group of men back there, there's no one sitting there. You can't nominate that person. Which one of you is doing it? Oh, he's coming back. All right. So, host, thank you. Give your host a round of applause. I felt like an auctioneer. I could totally do that job. Okay. So, right after we break for lunch, just maybe 2 minutes, I just need you up here real quick so I can tell you what your job is. And now I'm going to turn it over to Littleton to get us to a break and then our round table. Thank you so much.
And now it's 10:20. So if you can hear me, clap once. If you hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. Oh, good job, good job, good job. So we really want to pay respect to our round table. It will be led by Mrs. Liv Mildenstein, who's done a great job. Let's give her a round of applause. Let's show her respect and turn the floor over to them.
Hello.
Mine works.
Hello. Don't tell NavAir I said this, but I'm a little sad to leave all of you, NavC, and head back to NavAir here shortly. But I have truly appreciated the opportunity to come and work with all of you again and meet so many exceptional humans. So thanks, Carrier One team, for having me this week. It was a great experience. So enough about me. So to frame today's conversation a bit, we're going to be talking about certainly leadership drives change. We've heard a lot about that this morning. Kelly mentioned something that was kind of hit hard, right? Everyone's influencing someone, meaning my words are influencing someone. the folks on the stage, your words are going to be influencing someone. So it's just a great reminder day to day, the impact we have on those around us. So I think no better panelists, frankly, to do that for this community. The three gentlemen I have on the stage with me today are day to day in the trenches with many of you. And so I'm hopeful that connection between all of you and the three of them will really lead to some impactful conversation and questions. So without further ado, I have with me on the stage Mr. Devin Johnson. He is the Ronald Reagan Project Superintendent. Mr. BJ Baker, he is the Harry Truman Project Superintendent. And Brian Berry is the Deputy Project Supervisor with the George Washington. We can clap. Yep, absolutely. All right, so as is tradition of the last few days, I have some icebreaker questions for these gentlemen. So you're going to go ahead and meet me. You were number first.
I was number 2.
Number 2, what is your absolute dream job, or what was your childhood dream job?
So I'll answer the second one first. If I wanted to be a railroad engineer as a kid, particularly steam engines, I worked on them as when I was a teenager, but there's not a whole lot of jobs in the world for that, so I joined the Navy. But if I could go back and start all over again, and this is a very late realization for me, I would be a winemaker. I would go back and I would grow grapes and I would make wine. And
You can still do that in retirement, I hope, for you, because I have met some really fun winemakers in retirement.
it's we're considering it.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Ooh, that's good. That was your childhood dream job? At like 9 years old, you were hoping to make wine later in life? Because that would make for a really cool 9-year-old.
I was going to be a steam engine engineer. Okay. That was what I was going to be.
Okay. What was your number?
Number 5.
Number 5. If you had to delete all but 3 apps from your smartphone, which one would you keep? Which ones?
Flank Speed's already done that. So, I mean, so I would have to say maps, weather, and probably stocks.
Stocks. Okay, because that's one app I would delete because I don't understand it. Fair enough. What number?
Number 2.
Number 2. Oh, you had number 2. Okay, I'm going to give
or
you
16. I'm sorry.
Well, 16. I was going to say,
16.
we just answered that with wine and steam
You'll learn.
engineering.
Disaster.
Okay. Okay. What song, movie, show, or reading is guaranteed to pick up your mood?
So it would be a song, and those that know me, it's Dire Straits' "Money for Nothing" because it takes me back to college.
Also,
so it was a good college song.
That video is quite iconic. That's a great music video if you've not seen it. And I'm going to answer this one because it made me laugh. Mine's The Golden Girls. If I'm in a bad mood, I could watch that over and over. Oh, I hear someone screaming in agreement. Who was that? Okay, we'll chat later.
That's Kendra.
We'll talk who's your favorite. Okay, awesome. Enough bantering. Thank you all for being open to that opportunity and doing that. So I'm going to ask the first question, but I already see a number of questions coming through the app. So again, reminder, you can ask that way. I'll turn it over to the crowd at various points, but I'll go ahead and get started. So what are some key challenges you've encountered in driving change management initiatives related to aircraft carrier availability, and how have you overcome them? And so one thing we talked about too earlier is CAM barriers, whether they're structural or human. So kind of keep those things in mind in your answer if you don't mind. And anyone can go first.
I'll take a shot at this. I think, for us, Admiral Hugel said this on the day 1 is just getting the time to think through change or initiatives or improvements where, carrier maintenance is so complex and you're running 100 miles an hour every day, and there's very little time built into the day-to-day schedule to sort of think through those things and say, I'm going to go work on this problem, because by the time you spend 5 minutes trying to do that, there are 10 other problems that have found you. So I think figuring out a way to carve out just some what we used to call quad 2, I think we still call it that, and try to create a vision of what we want to do different is challenging. Right? We just simply don't have the time to go do that sort of thing.
I would say consistency and follow through. we all have challenges in front of us. 80-10 was a big one for my project. So just learning the differences, what 80-10 impacts is going to have onto us, and still the industrial fire zones was a big challenge to get through all my team first to build the backbone, then all the contracted folks, just to make sure that we're all one team. But we're still consistently battling that day in and day out. But that is something that we have to be consistent with, because if you just give up, it would just fall back to where it was. So consistency through the change.
Yeah, and sticking with time, I mean, it's the time to properly implement the change is probably the biggest problem. Taking the time to listen, to let their feedback be happen, because at our level, it's not us doing the change. It's, listening. Journey of the OCC, for those that don't know, right, with NSSY, we sort of just forced that on folks, right? And we talked about last year, but then since last year, we watched Roosevelt Project, at least on our coast, really embrace and take the OCC to a different level as they got through the test, entering the test program, closing out system transfers, doing cold plant testing, all those things. But it was their vision. They just followed the principles that were laid in front of them and made it happen. But you gotta sometimes time, but I'll say the patience to let the change take hold and not think it's immediate or quick. Sometimes it just takes time for people to go through their ADCAR process or those items.
So anyone can answer this, but what is one time you failed to be successful or resistant to change, and how did you handle it?
So I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, it goes back years ago to when I was the co-yard process master, and I may have had some ESC reps pushing Norfolk and Puget to do things the same way. And there was resistance with many friends in this room. I still see them today on how we were doing things differently, and nope, can't do it that way, can't do it this way, whatever it might be, right? And I was very resistant, and finally I saw some goodness in coming together and doing it the same way. But both of us had to give. It wasn't just Puget, perfect Puget, and it wasn't just Norfolk, right? And I'm not trying to leave Newport News out of this, but we had to give to each other, and we had to come together and meet somewhere in the middle. So we both did things differently. And those in the room, I know they're out there because I see them, but and that, I'll call it that 2008, 2009 time is where I really learned and appreciate we can learn from each other and we can do things very similar. So that was a difficult time, but it was pushed by leadership, and it was for the better in the long run.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just say, when we started the 73 availability, one of the things that we committed to ourselves was that we were going to regularly find reasons to celebrate our successes. And we, quite honestly, we've just done a terrible job at that. We get so hung up in we're in the bad news business, and we're into solving problems, and sometimes you forget that you should be recognizing the effort and the accomplishments of the team. And we just never figured out how to get into that battle rhythm of taking a few moments, recognizing what we did well, and advertising that as a way of building collaborative team. And so I don't know what what factor that was in how we did and to our eventual redelivery date, but it certainly didn't help. And it's a regret. And so I don't, as we go into the next project, we'll recommit to trying to do better.
I think mine is actually more recent than I would like to admit. I've let metrics drive my leadership style. I am a deck plate person, grew up on the deck plate, and I let metrics drive that, my ability to get down to the deck plates and make it count to the people, because that's where we get all our work done, the mechanics on the deck plate. I let metrics drive me. That's all I was focused on, to make sure we got our schedule right, we get our throughput right. Without the mechanics on the deck plate, none of that matters. So I have to make sure that my leadership style is down to the deck plate. We're doing what's right for the mechanics and make sure that they are successful knocking down roadblocks so they can get the work done for us. That's one mine.
Thank you all for answering that one. Not an easy question to talk about failure or where we want to improve. So I really appreciate that. Devin, this question's for you. Understanding the leadership expectation of a servant's heart as a project superintendent, how do you practice being humble and listening?
You gotta, I'll go back to, if you've heard me talk about one specific initiative, it's the first line supervisor DPL. I get the vision, the initial thing, oh, we put supervisors in too many meetings, you can't let them. Getting the teams at Puget in different areas there, everyone's doing it differently, and that's okay. You gotta let that team and not come in and say, hey, the way the nukes do it is better than the non-nukes, better than the doc team, or better than San Diego, or the list goes on and on. You gotta let them form it and let them own it. And letting them fail was also key in that initiative. Let them learn, let them do things, and it just realized it was never about me. It was never about the NSSY initiative being led. It was truly what's best for that team. And the reason I feel so strongly about is I think goes to the why. You hear from Simon Sinek or various others. If you give the why to the supervisors and to that lowest level, it does improve. They now know the vision of the project. They understand the importance of this work item, or, hey, I can talk to that engineering field office engineer and make things happen. So I think, you just gotta take the time, the patience, but also just let them do it on their own. And if they're head down the wrong path, maybe suggest, but if they continue, let them go. It's okay. And that's the hardest part.
Yeah, and I think that really feeds into the next one, which is how do you influence leaders who are risk adverse? So let's open it up beyond leaders, right? Any of our staff members, our workforce who are afraid to make those mistakes. We talked about that quite a bit the other day, is like Get Real, Get Better is about creating a culture that allows people to be open to risk because they know there's not going to be terrible retribution because they're trying their best, they're trying new things. So how would you go about that for those who are risk adverse?
I will tell you that, one of my philosophies is, empower your people to act independently, to be aggressive, and make sure they know you're going to be there if things don't go right. We're just talking about this at our table here before the break. And, I believe that if you give folks if you empower them to make a decision or take action, 95% of the time or more, they're going to be right. They're going to do exactly what you would have done, but they're going to do it faster and more efficiently. But they have to know that the 5% it doesn't go right, you're not going to, if you're acting for me, I'm not going to beat you up if it doesn't go right? I'll be right there with you. And I'll know, or you'll know, that I will be supporting you if things don't go right. And so I think you have to reinforce that with them and build that trust so that they will act on their own, and know you'll be there for them.
I believe you have to take that vision to reality. For example, in our boat, the fire main free seal was a huge challenge for that they saw to go replace these valves because of the amount of leak by in the water. So engineering and 960 got together, said, hey, we can go do a free seal, first non-nuke free seal. There was naysayers in the room. I remember me standing on stage in the PAM and told them, just let them do it. Go freeze it and see if it works or not. So, just pushing them, people have the vision to make sure we can push them to the end. That free seal was successful. We put it on the boat and it worked, and we were able to use that. And now I hope the rest of the corporation can use it. But just standing behind somebody's vision and helping them through the way.
And, back in Japan on my project, we were doing the condenser cleaning with the Tarragon equipment that you saw upstairs. Oh, by the way, it was an OTA project, I found out afterwards. But using that Tarragon equipment to clean, Lincoln had done it 4 months before us, but had some R&D, redesigned the equipment, went and implemented it in Japan. And I'll remember forever, the 4 Shop 41 mechanics that were on loan to from Norfolk that took entirely too long setting up the first equipment. They struggled. The engineer was frustrated with them. I had to mediate and help push through that. Once they learned and they learned each other and the trust was built, right? The first transition was like 15 days. The second transition got down to 8 days. And then that third, they were proud. They got down to 5. And I think now we can get down 3 or 4. But I was able to learn from those struggles and pass that on and share that knowledge with Brian Fazio, who was the next online for Nimitz, that, hey, we got to work on this white space, this training. I called the shop soup. Benghazi, hey, PowerPoint's not going to cut it. We got to go learn from this. So, you know, the safe to fail, we had the time. It didn't impact career path. That's goodness. But it helped out my future projects, you know, my next one in line and Nimitz project team.
So forgive my ignorance, but they just described some changes that I don't have the same perspective of whether they're large or small or were they easy changes. So I say all that because the next question I ask is, can you provide an example of a time that you implemented a small change in a day-to-day process that ended up having a big benefit to the team? So if those were small processes that were day-to-day that you just described, I apologize, but I think let's find, is there something smaller you did that you didn't think would have as large of an impact that it ended up having?
I mean, so for me, myself and Captain Duff, the CO of the 75, we walked the boat on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Fridays together for 30 minutes. We get together in the morning, walk the boats, and actually when we come out, we have bags of trash, we move pallets. People seeing us do that is a small thing we're doing, but they do not want to see the CO and the project soup carrying trash. So you just see the difference after it happens, what that changes the room. I mean, it changes the perception on the boat and how much cleaner the boat stays just for those walkthroughs we do. It's a huge, small thing, but it's actually really big.
So COVID, prior to COVID, a lot of the processes that we used on the soup ship side of things were hard copy, right? We would do contract changes with paper. It seems so archaic today to say it, but that's what we were doing because nothing was forcing us to change it. And as we started to recognize we were all going to be working from home, one of our folks came up with an electronic process. And it was like, wow, why didn't we ever think of this before? But we didn't. But it ended up taking days out of the contract change process where instead of running paper around the shipyard, we were now able to do electronic. It was faster, more accurate, easily retrieved. And when we look back, it's like, wow, it was so obvious. Why didn't we do that years ago? But we didn't. And so COVID forced us to do that. And it is sort of changed everything about the way we do things.
And yeah, one more, you know, sort of sticking with BJ, right? We talk about people and you got to focus on the people and that's where it's all about, right? So don't forget small changes to them matter. You know, my veil in Japan was the COVID fun one, right? Never thought I would talk with Captain Mossman and more about gym access for employees, you know, for afternoon because our employees couldn't access gym after 1500. That was a small thing. What's that got to do with carrier maintenance? Nothing, right? But it mattered to the people and they saw myself, Captain Mossman, and the Puget leadership trying to get those things, something small that had a huge effect on the workforce. And I did hear from mechanics, engineers, test house, and everyone in between on thank you for at least trying and working on it and listening, you know. And now I'll go to water in San Diego. For those that don't know, water in San Diego, small thing, huge difference for anyone that's worked a San Diego project.
Thanks. So anyone from the audience have a live question they want to ask? No? Oh, I see you. Yep, go ahead. Make sure you turn on your microphone, please.
Hello. Okay. Hey, BJ. David Dunford here, risk manager right now on the Truman project. So my question is, you're king for a day. Any of you are king for a day of either NAVC or the shipyard. What's one thing you would change and why?
have material delivered like Amazon. If I can get that done, I would think we would solve a lot of problems.
I second that. Yeah, if you know anything about traveling same program, it's what we do to get projects done. But yeah, why can't I get Amazon Prime for material? And my 500 knows that. They're in the back room laughing right now, but it's crazy.
Yes.
I agree.
I don't have a better answer.
I will tell you, I think that the NavAir community would agree with that. Like, how can we get some of these materials, or can Amazon pick up any obsolescence issues? Let's go for it.
Absolutely.
That's great. So, any other questions from the audience? Yes, please, sir.
Follow up to that question, what's one thing you wish your teams would adopt they've resisted contentiously?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So what's one initiative, thing, process, et cetera, you've tried to change, your teams have resisted, and you wish they would just adopt?
So we did so OCC, going back to that was a different construct for us. We actually put everybody in the same room together. So I have all my APSs, deputies, myself. I have the Chang, I have the SIM, I have TICOM. All of us are in one trailer, so we use that concept. And I think it's working well for us. We have a couple visuals, but we don't have all the visuals or a true OCC, if you want to call it that. But what we have, it works because we all come together as a team. We're able to take the information we have there and call into the TICOM CRC call. If we have any concerns, we can raise it up in there. So I think that model works, but getting my guys to buy into the OCC was a challenge because all of us were in there together. So I think that was one of the challenges we had.
I go back to my project, and probably the biggest one would be getting some of the non-nuke topside folks to adopt some of the schedule fidelity and prediction. And I'll talk it. We Concerto, this project schedule is the project schedule, but we use so many other tools to give you a 5,000 foot level view with Excel and this and that. And I think sometimes we're slow to adopt that. That's the non-nukes and topsides a lot bigger. I get it, but it can be done. And the work to test also. I'm an X246 person, as many of you know in the room, and so I do have a special heart for CTEs, and sometimes I know my APSs struggle with that, but it's all with the end goal in mind. Work to test is what matters, because you got to retire that risk with tests. So sometimes getting my team to understand that was a challenge, but we got there successfully.
For us, it's been a commitment to face-to-face communication. We do a number of production meetings just like everybody. We do a slightly different battle rhythm, but convincing people it was worth the investment to be in a room, to commit to the people across the table, has been a challenge for us. It's had an impact, and we've really struggled with it. And to be honest with you, we have a week left, and we didn't solve it. And so I don't have a solution for why it didn't work the way we wanted to, but it didn't. And so we'll regroup and try again.
How do you foster healthy working relationships across your project teams, including engineers, trades, quality assurance, and et cetera? And I would probably throw industry in there as well.
I believe you have to build those relationships. You need to build them before you even need them. Having those relationships between engineering and production, to inspection codes, the material 500, that's the only way you're gonna get this job done, is you have to have those relationships. You have to be able to depend on people. You have to be able to hold people accountable, and they have to be able to hold you accountable, and don't make it personal. I think that's the biggest concern I see with some projects. When we have issues or concerns, people make it personal. This is not a personal job. We have to do this to be successful, to get these boats out here, to support our way of life.
I will say, we've talked a lot about it over the last couple of days, but it's a commitment to that other person. it isn't a personal job, but it isn't an emotional one. And we deal in a stressful environment, and people are fully invested in their particular area, and you have to respect that, and you have to figure out a way to have open and direct communication that respects their swim lane, if you will, but yet you're advocating for your organization position, and then just continue to foster that communication. Respect the other side, and just keep talking to them.
Great, thank you. Devin, another one for you. How would you advise future leaders in our ever-changing environment to maintain a sense of balance and perspective when many struggle with the head down, tail up, day-to-day grind? So, and earlier we talked about ideation to implementation. So if you're in the day-to-day implementation, how do you find time for that strategic thought?
You got to make it a priority. Something that we do on various projects at Puget, not all of them, but sometimes, right? Simple things like lunches, right? Everyone's got to eat lunch at some point in time. So usually once a week, we schedule a senior team meeting, APS, CT, PE, PEPM, and above, to sit down, have lunch together. Of course, we talk work. Sometimes we talk fun. It just all depends. But one of those meetings for the change part and the team one part, we will shift to the focal points and have the project focal points come in, talk about what they're doing. Some of the senior team members are focal points, but some are not, like PMMs will come in, and or the BizBos, or various folks will come in, and if you're talking about team one, what the KSN's up to, what the change is working on, you can, if you're making it a priority, even though you're in the day and you're working, I don't know, I'm lucky I'm not like these guys in fast crews and 2 months to PCD, right? But if you still make it a priority, it'll get you in that strategic thought that will help you in the long run. You got it. Without you making it a priority or your leadership team making it a priority, that's the key.
How have you leveraged technology and data analytics to drive improvements in aircraft carrier availability? And what have been some of the most successful strategies you've employed, or tools, or Carrier One team resources? What are some examples of what you're using to be successful in carrier availability?
So I'm going to go 2 ways with this. One successful, but one way where I think many of us are struggling, right? I'll start there and then go a way that I do think we can use data analytics to help us. But, I've seen throughput curves with 5th order differential equations that, yeah, I can go back to my college days and go, oh, yeah, I remember that. But it doesn't do any better predicting avails, and I can show history and we can show it. So we go too complicated because, wow, I can create a 5th order differential equation that's offset and all this wonderful stuff to predict the avail, look like we're doing amazing, when I'm sorry, the simple straight line burn downs are just fine. And it is kindergarten math, and I understand that, but it works. So we make it too hard sometimes, but in the reverse, we can use data analytics to learn. For those of you heard the other day, right? I do believe, using machine learning for things like RDU updates to at least give inputs to the foreman and supervisors to go, hey, is that RDU accurate or is it not? But you can use things like that, and I've seen it be properly used if it's being created by the right folks that have that deck plate experience. So, that's a good example of where it can be bad or it can be good, because I do think data is only one small part of the equation of a successful avail.
I mean, I agree. Like I said at the very beginning, sometimes you let metrics drive your behavior or your leadership style. You have to be able to look at that data, figure out what it's telling you, and then go work on that problem. So, I mean, there's some good things out there. SMPG metrics, the Likert scores. It took me for a while to figure out how they're even pulling that data and the changes in that to make sure that I was looking at it correctly, to make sure I could explain to my team, hey, this is where it says we're at. This is what we need to go do. And then the straight line curves, we have the straight line curves that we go believe. Every project is different, so the volume of work is different too between the production work and test. So you have to have some insight on the project to be able to look at those metrics to understand exactly where you're at. If you just look from the outside window, you might not get the same perception. Two people could look at the same metric, and one person thinks they have an understanding of it, and another person thinks, hey, you're way off. So having the perspective of the project team down there helps as well.
Yeah, I will say, the one thing we're not lacking in our business is numbers. And coming up with a metric that is accurate and easily understandable by all of the providers, shipyard, and outside activities is a challenge. And you can almost get too smart and try to build tools that are too complicated, and the people don't really understand what it's measuring. And we sort of ran into that on 73 towards really over the last 6 months, where we're driving to that end game and the numbers aren't moving the way people think they should be, because what we discovered is they don't really know where that data is coming from and what they need to do to go make the goal. And I'm looking at Cleve out there. So back when I was 25 years ago working for Jim Shoemaker, one of the things he said to me was, use your shipbuilder's eye and don't rely solely on the numbers to tell you what's going on. Trust what you see. I think that's what you're sort of referring
Yes,
to.
sir.
The numbers tell a story, but they don't tell the whole story. And you got to get out and see what's going on and make sure it matches what you're actually seeing, because sometimes it doesn't. But your eye is probably more valuable than what that number is telling you.
So if you were talking to someone in their first weeks, months, year of the job you have, what would you say should be their speed dial human, or their number one resource, maybe that in your experience you've leveraged? What package would you give them in terms of like, this is, if I were to give you any knowledge before I left and you came into my position, here are the resources that I use all the time, or the person or people that is on my speed dial?
I mean, for me, it was a group of people that came to me, right? So I've only been in the carrier community for a year and a half as a Project Soup. Chris Hughes and Devin called me right after I made Project Soup. Jim Brewer's been a huge advocate for me and a mentor. So, I mean, I guess it's a group of people. It's not one individual person, but you have to be willing and humble enough to take that learning and to make yourself better. I mean, you have to learn from everybody. We went and did a tour on the Carl Vincent right when I became Project Soup. Took a lot of learning from that team, brought it back. They helped us be successful for our 80-10, or really our chapter 13 drill. I mean, we brought back the ICP card. We brought back the temporary service zone manager or 80-10 manager, services. I mean, so the learning as a community, you have to be humble enough to take that. But I think it's a group, just not one individual. And never forget where you came from.
This is going to sound a little weird, but it's the people that are in this room. I don't know that there's no manual, right? There's no instruction you're going to read that's going to tell you how to do this job. It's about getting out there and learning from people, being at events like this, going to the KSNs and interacting and picking up that knowledge you don't even realize you're getting until it's time to go implement it. So I don't know how you do this job, the ones you all are doing, the one I'm doing, if you haven't had exposure to a community like this. I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah, the community, your past, right? You got to take what you've seen previous mentors do, previous people in the position, learn from it, but don't forget, do it your way. I always joke, but we have mutual respect for each other. If you knew Brian Fazio and you know me, it couldn't be much further on the spectrum in differences. But we also talked. I learned so much from him, and he gave me the best piece of advice before I went to go execute. He was the one that did it. And right, Brian, if you've gotten his emails versus my emails or my texts, right, they are drastically different. But you can embrace that opposition, that difference, to learn from each other and come to a balance in the middle, and then the community, as they said. I think The strength is being in, Carrier Team 1 for 20 years now, or 19 years when I went to my first co-yard meeting. Those contacts, this room, this community is what is missing in the other communities. They don't have the ability to call people. They don't have Pack Fleet, Tycom, and us talking and aligning on issues. They don't have. They're getting better, but the ability to call my friend BJ frequently and say, "Hey, how are you guys doing this?" Or he calls me, "How are you doing that?" That's how you're successful. Is embrace the community, embrace getting to know the others.
Any questions from the room? Okay. Earlier, someone asked a great question when Dr. Hawkins was up. Oh, did I miss somebody? You're looking, okay. I think it was from the table right up here front. Lots of people have said some really inspiring things over the last few days. How do we keep the momentum once we've left? In 2 months' time, how do we remind ourselves and remind our teams what we learned this week and keep that passion moving forward?
I think, you gotta, don't create the list, as that one speaker said on Monday, right? Or the Admiral, 80 to-do items, right? So you could take away 80 things from these 3 days. I'm gonna go fix 80 things, right? In reality, Monday, we're gonna get back and day job's gonna hit us all in our face and probably prevent 80 items. So, take some key few things, 3, 4, 5, whatever the number is, and just go focus on those things and go remember those things. One big thing I took away is Admiral Midas is becoming a target for some of us at IPTDs. That speech was great. That resonate great at our IPTDs. I know Reagan 24 SRA is already taken, and trying to attack it. I'm going to look at for the Reagan doc as we start down this IPTD process. So just pick a few small things.
I guess for me, what we're all in this room for, we all support each other's way of life. That's what I take home, and I convey that to my team.
To me, it's just investing. I'll go with BJ. It's investing in the team and being committed to each other. I'm an ISTJ. I check things off my list every day, and it's not complete unless I do. So I'm sorry. That's just me.
You were Enro. Come on. You were Enro.
Yeah. I made it the whole day without anybody saying that.
I love a checklist. I'm also a checklist human. I'm with you.
It's a satisfying moment to check something off the
list. At the
list.
same time.
But I think what I'm going to walk away, I don't know if I had this before, but the conversation we're having as we're wrapping up one project, getting ready to start another, is being committed to the community and trying to encourage the other people that are on our team to take on that same commitment and engage with the community and recognize that we can all learn something or teach something. Like you said earlier, you're influencing or being influenced. And it's about getting out there and mixing it up and learning recognizing what you didn't know. And so that'll be the commitment leaving here.
Great. We always try to celebrate our successes. Is there value in embracing the red and celebrating our shortfalls or failures?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've all heard it, right? You rarely learn something when everything goes right, because you just assume you got it right, and it's sometimes hard to differentiate between getting it right and getting lucky. So if you got to take failure as a learning opportunity and figure out what didn't go right, what did you not, where should you have done something different? And so if you're not doing that, if you're not really investing in figuring out why something didn't go right, you're missing an opportunity to improve.
I mean, I agree, absolutely. You have to embrace the red so you can share with the rest of the community. Hey, this is where we failed. So even while we were at the base for the 75, we even had the 77 team come over. Hey, this is what we didn't do right over here. So they had that learning so they could transfer that on. Even for our 80-10, all the services we missed. 99 did an outstanding job with our backbone and some of that's everything in there, but we did miss some hole cuts we could have probably done differently. So we try to share those learnings. So, I mean, you have to take your failures to be able to pass those on so other availabilities don't create the same problem.
And yeah, I mean, not embrace the red. I could call more learning, embrace the learning, embrace the, and share with the community. There was a problem. There is non-nuke PIC piping on board. It's only on the 76 and 77, and we found it at my test program. But of course, after we got through some of it, I sent my friend Jeff Burchett an email, who was approaching the end of his DPIA, whatever, and to make sure that he was at least ahead of it. So embrace the learning, and then share, not only within your shipyard, but external. That pipe's only on 76 and 77 because it is different, but having that forethought to share. And I think as a community, and at least as the Project Soups, we're getting much better. It's night and day different, I will say, at Norfolk, Puget, and some of the Newport News folks coming in too with Thomasita and them. We talk more frequently than I think most people realize, and it's a great thing to learn from each other.
So before I get to my closing question, I want to open it up one more time to the room. Oh, yes, please.
Hey guys, think about for a second back at the time before you had executed, you and RCOH, you, the current crewman, and Devin Reagan, back with your kind of expectations going in. What kind of leader am I going to be? What kind of tactical things am I going to do as a project manager? And then fast forward to today, you've got most of it under your belt, or you've got one under your belt. What things are different? What things did you learn, maybe the hard way, that you could lend to? We got a lot of folks in here that are first time to our meeting, potential future Project Soups. Maybe share some of those things.
The treatment project team is doing an outstanding job to where we're at. We have seen a decline in throughput. So the concern is, how do you keep the morale of that team up the entire time through it all, and through the negativity that they're going to hear from this community and beyond? Once we start losing a veil, or a veil starts going in a direction that we don't see it in, how do you keep that team motivated? So that's my goal, is to make sure I try to block all the naysayers out. This team can do it. We have the work in front of us. We understand what's in front of us, and how do you keep that out and to drive that completion to the end? So that's a challenge that is hard for us. For me, because my entire team is built off of people that want to win and do the right thing for the right reason. To keep that in mind, to make sure that we go out there and accomplish that goal, not just for us, but for Norfolk Naval Shipyard and the corporation. That's the goal.
The thing that I have learned is humility. I assumed we planned for almost 5 years before the RCOH started, and I was absolutely confident I knew everything I needed to know going into the Avail to do the job that I do. And I think that lasted a day before I realized how completely unprepared I was, and how much there was to learn about my role, everybody else's role, and how to interact with all of the players. And I just assumed things were going to, and this is going to sound very arrogant, but I just assumed things were going to go great because I was there, right? I was going to make this better, and oh boy, how wrong I was, right? And go in you have to be confident to do what we do, but you need to be humble as well, and recognize no one knows everything. And you have to be willing to acknowledge where you don't know what you need to know, and trust that other people are going to help you figure that out. The second thing I learned is how fast things happen. And I was not prepared for that pace. That you need to be nimble. You need to be ready to respond very quickly and accurately whenever possible. So I don't know how that'll change me going forward, but I know it's what I learned.
I think the biggest thing I learned was, and it's reflecting back to something was said on Tuesday, was you know, we all want to rush to our rock stars or all stars, that 20%, right? We all know who those individuals are on our teams, and ensuring we're sharing the load and spending time with those, you know, on your team that may not be where you think or want or whatever desire them to be, and ensuring, you know, you're spending time with them, helping them, getting them where it needs to be. I looking back on the project, I'm not going to get much more specific, but there is some learning of where I was not accurate. I didn't do it the right way. I was not right in the way I delegated and worked with various people on my team. And it was a tough thing because I had my couple rock stars and they were my mules that let's go, and they plowed through and it was good. But you got to also look at the team as a whole, because if, you know, if the team's not winning, if the team doesn't want to do it again, it just doesn't work. You got to want to get there. You got it, the team. And so that was the hardest part and reflection.
Thanks. We are at time. I want to say thank you to Devin, BJ, and Brian for coming up here. The difference between these three individuals, for the most part, is our other panelists, a lot of them are in different organization, industry. The three of them work with you. You all work together. And so thank you for being open to this opportunity, for speaking with humility, and answering so many questions with such transparency. So thank you.
And
please.
one quick thing. So to these two, right, I'm still planning a -22, got lots of time, but he's got a 50% review tomorrow. So thank you, BJ. I know you're doing it. And Brian is in Fast Cruise, pushing to a great event next week for the Navy. So
Yeah, we're going to
maybe
see
getting
on
done.
Monday. That's what we're doing. So it'll be an exciting day.
Yes. So that for
A
them
week
to
from
take
today,
time.
we redeliver 73, and it's going to be fun.
Congratulations. That's great. Okay, I'm going to hand it back to Wilton.
I check my.
Yes. Who?
I was just going to share, we changed GW's schedule, getting underway tomorrow.
My sea bag is packed. I'm ready. Let's go.
Thank you all. Great job.
Big wins, big wins. We're going to transition really fast. I'm going to bring Captain Burkhart up to introduce our next speaker. So don't bend at the knees at all, and we'll go from there. All right, welcome to the stage, Admiral Downing. Give him a round of applause.
Hey, good morning, everybody. The captain was going to introduce Admiral Miller, but I'm trying. Can you hear it? Yeah. All right. That's the thing. The acoustics are really hard in here, right? Who's spent more than 35 years of their life in shipyards? Acoustics are hard for some of us. So I got back early from a very pleasant discussion with the Pentagon. I'll leave it at that. Got a lot of work to do on the way home tonight. Hey, we're really fortunate to have Vice Admiral Miller here. A lifetime of service in the Navy, XO and CO of Carrier Strike Group, and our sponsor in the Pentagon and our air boss, and keep serving. Has joined the HII team, and with some other senior folks, you know, is always trying to do the right thing for the Navy across what is, the top priority of the Navy is your work, nuclear aircraft carrier work. We all have to remember it's for folks to fly off of. It's not just for the ship, right? I get reminded that very often as I get very parochial. But please, with that, please a warm round of applause for Vice Admiral Miller.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Mike. How's everybody doing? Thanks for having me back. Last time I spoke to this group, that was the old me. Got the old me and the new me there. The old me was up here in a flight suit, actually in San Diego, 2019. And I started off that pitch, as I recall, with a thank you. And I'm going to do the exact same today. Thank you for what you do. Not just for what you do, but how you do it. Listening to the briefs this morning, I came to the conclusion that there's nothing new you're going to hear in my presentation. It's the same stuff. You're going to hear it in a little different way, but boy, did that panel that was just up here, that was powerful. Liz, you did a great job working the questions and getting to the root issues. Talking about data analytics, we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit. Talking about metrics, getting that right. Admiral Brett Midas was here yesterday talking about the behaviors of Get Real, Get Better, and those behaviors that matter and start driving success and how we measure things. Those behaviors were born out of the journey that I'll describe. So if you will, what happened in 2019 through today, through the naval aviation journey that brought out and highlighted, and if you will, repackaged some of those best practices that you're employing every single day. So let's go through some. Next slide, please. Keep going. All right, so here was the problem. Up on the top, what you have, and I'll try not to anchor on the specifics of this, but more highlight the important pieces that matter and the takeaways, if you will. But the problem that started this journey was no matter how many airplanes we owned, how many airplanes we bought, we could only maintain and sustain 250 to 260 airplanes a year over a decade. I told CNO, don't buy me any more F-18s because all we do is take the parts out and take them apart and go back into that ecosystem. But it was the ecosystem that was broken. And we didn't realize how broken it was. Earlier, and I wanted to bring up this point, somebody, I think it was Devin, talked about getting the right, I don't want to say metric, but what is that North Star? And keep it simple so that it resonates. So for us, it was 341. If you are part of naval aviation, part of readiness, generating that readiness for naval aviation, you knew 341 and you knew what you did mattered and drove towards that 341. That was the North Star. A lot of math went into all that, but the point I'm trying to make is keep it simple. Keep the main thing the main thing. The main thing for us was get to 341. Now, the approach was going to be different because every single air boss, all the way back from the left side of that chart, said, yep, here's where you are, here's where we're going to go. And they just drew a line and said, we're going to get there. How? Well, we're going to work harder. We're going to focus on it. They failed. But what made it different this time? It was a couple things, a lot of things. I'm not going to unpack all that right now. We'll walk through this and try to build it a bit. But the point I'm making here is problem, know where you are, know where you need to go, know how you're going to get there, and keep it simple so that every single person, their activities are aligned towards achieving those results. Fair? Slide. So data analytics. A lot of words up here. Don't look at that. Listen to me. Okay. So we went to CNA. And hey, CNA, what are the main levers we need to pull? Where do we focus our first effort? And they came up with 2. And they said, you need to man your squadrons to 100%. Manpower, boom, go. That ain't gonna happen anytime soon, but manning mattered. That was one of the levers. The other was, you need to improve the throughput on your repair of repairables. When parts break, you fix them, it goes back into the supply system. Here was the key question though, because if we would have just taken that, and then started this effort, we would have focused on those 2 lines of effort, and we wouldn't have achieved the goal. So here's where data analytics helped us, was we asked the question, okay, take me to the theoretical limits of both of those. Through your gonculator there, get me to 100% manning on squadrons, and assume that every single broken part that we have in the system is now fixed and in the system. Where does that take us? And it had us short of 341. That was an aha moment. So one thing is, yeah, using data to drive decisions, data-driven decision making. But the other thing is to ask that question of theoretical limits and realize you aren't going to get there, and play that into it as well, because that may give you some insights that otherwise you wouldn't have. Go to the next slide, please. So our approach was pretty simple. We tried to keep it simple, especially the larger the organization, the simpler it needs to be. But it was increasing throughput, assigning accountability, i.e. dots on foreheads, who works for who, how does this work? And then we needed to prioritize. I have airplanes in Lemoore, Japan, Whidbey Island, Oceania, and they all want that next engine. Who gets it? Our supply system was so bad, we had, holes in airplanes, not just holes in shelves, holes in airplanes. So who gets that next one? And then who sets that priority? Slide. So here's how we organized ourselves. 6 bins. And in those 6 bins at the top were the pillar leads. So AOG Mach, I heard earlier talking about OCCs. OCCs were born out of AOG Mach. AOG was Aircraft on Ground, Maritime Operations Center. The way we got to the AOG is I went to Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, and Southwest Airlines, said, how do you guys do your business? We went to the experts outside of our industry to bring in some ideas. And the whole concept of an AOG Mach that was going to prioritize where the parts go and coordinate the efforts across naval aviation was the result. And Airlant himself was the 08 that was in charge of that. The Fleet Readiness Center, our depots, that's where repair parts get made. That's where airplanes came in and get modifications. And so, not to anchor again on the details there, but we had a pillar lead there, and that was the commander of the FRC. Squadrons, we had to reform the way squadrons were doing maintenance. And that was an 07 who was on my staff. The supply organization wasn't doing what we needed it to do. And so at the time it was Michelle Skubik, who's now DLA. She was chief of naval supply, and she headed up that. And then NavAir, the SysCom, was going to reform engineering maintenance. Each of those flag officers had their drumbeat within their pillar. That drumbeat led into the governance that I had as the overall responsible person for this, and then that fit within my drumbeat with the Pentagon, with the CNO and the SecNav. So the C2 part of it was important, and I bring that up again with how you organize, how you get after solving the problem matters. This is what we did. Slide. So we had to have metrics. Earlier, the panel was talking about metrics and picking metrics that matter. And I will tell you that when you pick your metrics, you need to, one, they need to be simple. Two, they need to be measurable. And most importantly, they need to drive the results that you want. But you need to be careful as a leader that you're watching out for unintended consequences. I'm going to lose 10 pounds in a month. Okay, I can do that by not eating. Might achieve the goal, but is that the healthy way to go about it? So we had our metrics. Each of those pillars had one major metric. These were the things that were going to make the difference. FRC had two, because our depots, our fleet readiness centers are at intermediate level and at the depot level, and so each one of those had their own metric. And we said, focus on that. Don't try to solve the world, focus on that. This will show you, I can't remember the snapshot of time where this was taken, but you can see the, if you will, the befores on the left and the afters at that time on the right, and each one of those needles was moving in the right direction. Slide. Then we tracked it, and we tracked it through driver trees. This was really interesting, the driver tree concept. And someone earlier in the panel, we were talking about embracing the red and everything else, but this was the interesting part is you had greens on the right that thought everything was great, and yet your result was red. That can't happen. When you see that in a driver tree, light bulbs should be going off, and you need to say, hey, something's not right here. I'll give you an example. This is where I start running into risk of my 30 minutes because I'll get into C stories. But this one's important and it's illustrative of this. I'm at NAS Lemoore, and I walked into the supply office there, and up on the wall are Batteries, just like the Boston Celtics gardens, like, Red Arbor, Battery, like 7 in a row. I went 6 that was in charge, and I said, man, are you guys good? Oh, yes, sir. Best ever. 7 years in a row. Best in the fleet. You go, come with me, shipmate. Walk outside, and I open up the door, and there's a row of F-18s out there. Missing engines, some without wings, some on stilts because they only had 2 landing gear. You need 3. And I said, rip them down. Tear them down. All those Batteries. Get them off the wall. Oh. I go, who do you work for? Well, the supply officer at Lemoore worked for some supply officer in San Diego. And I said, do you even go to the Commodore's meetings? The Commodore at that base that owns all those F-18s. Nope. Supply officer wasn't even involved in that. And I said, okay, I'm making the edict right here. You now work for the Commodore. And from here on out, all Batteries are going to be aligned within the supply when your base gets to 80% of all the F-18s that you have, you can fly. Nothing else matters. Whatever else the grading criteria is in for the Battery, gone. Rip up that instruction. And the guy chuckled. That was interesting. Because then I picked up my phone and I called Michelle Scuba, his chief of supply. Michelle, sitting here in Lemoore, just letting you know, Euro 6, I've just made an edict. Every single supply officer at every single naval air station across the United States is now going to work for their Commodore. And Batteries from now on out for you, I just made it really easy. When it comes to aviation, it's all up to getting 80%. You have a problem with that? No, Air Boss. Supporting. I said, hey, why don't you let your 06 know that he now works for the Commodore, and I'm going to come back here next week and see what he's doing to change things. Handed them the phone. Didn't have to do it that way. But the point and the illustration is that how we measure things need to align, and what our activities are and how we grade things need to align towards the results that we want to achieve. If the result is get the ship out on time, on budget, then make sure activities and what we're measuring are aligned towards that result. And if they aren't, then change it. And if If you can't change it, then elevate it. Fair? Anyhow, driver trees, really illustrative, easy. And what you'll see on the bottom right there is it has who's accountable for each one of those. For this here and this thing, it was pretty easy. Airplanes either not mission capable for maintenance or supply, and I always track safety to make sure there's unintended consequences. Next slide. Bottom line is, Secretary Mattis, about a third of the way through the journey, said, hey, he put out everybody needs to be at 80% within a year. Only one service made it, and it was us. The Air Force failed, the Army failed, and then afterwards they came back to us and said, hey, how'd you guys do that? The bottom line is it was that alignment, and it was the use of data, and it was the use of metrics, and it was supporting, and it was communication, and all those behaviors that you've been talking about for the last 2 days, 3 days. Slide. One thing real quick on that last slide, don't go back. But it was interesting as once we achieved that goal to then sustain it, how the skill set was a little bit different. The things that got you there weren't the things that kept you there. So I just bring that out and highlight it. So here are keys to success, and these are things that I think you've highlighted on, so I don't need to go too much into it, but you know, where I say know where you are and where you need to go, it's important to establish those targets. That's at 341. Keep it, you know, in something that you can grab a hold of and explain, and it's understood. And the discovery of walking around, leadership on the deck plate, going to that Lemoore Supply Center and other examples like that. Earlier, leading by example, the discussion of walking around with the ship's captain and picking up trash, you know, hugely powerful. Have the courage to embrace the red. And I say courage because it takes courage to do that. To say, hey, I need help, or I'm failing, or, you know, to elevate that problem. Establish a sense of urgency. Real quick, I'll give you a sense. This is the throughput example, and sorry, I digress again with another story. I was, shortly after I took over as the air boss, I had one of my Commodores was giving me a brief, and it was, each Commodore gave this brief twice a year. And I'm going through the slides, and I don't understand a daggum slide. So I said, okay, somebody come brief me on what this slide means, because I don't get it. I know there's like 20 people outside my office. I go, okay, pick 2, come in and explain it to me. An hour later, still don't get it. Pass new power school, 5th order differential equation. Can't get this slide. So I said, hey, call the Commodores, give me this brief tomorrow. We give him a call. He's up in Whidbey Island and say, hey, Commodore, I'm looking at your slides. I know you're giving me this brief tomorrow, but help me understand, what is this telling me and how does this help you? The answer I got back was, Air Boss, how do you use this slide was the question I asked. He said, Air Boss, I don't use this slide. We generate it for you twice a year to provide this brief. I go, whoa. All right. Second edict. Actually, this was the first. Nobody ever generates a slide to brief me. From here on out. If you generate a slide to brief me, don't ever do that again. When we're talking readiness, I expect you, Commodores, to be managing the readiness of your wings, CAGs, Commodores. So bring me what it is you use and show me how you're managing readiness. And then how can I help? It's not about bringing me data. So we had to teach the whole staff, no more slides. And I did the same thing when I briefed the CNO. The same things that I was using, those same driver trees. I never generated the slide to go talk to the CNO or Secretary of the Navy in 3 years. I'm going to bring you what I use. So something to think about, because I tell you, I guarantee you, there are a lot of people spending an awful lot of man hours, woman hours, manpower, people power, building slides. Put them to work. Right? Anyhow, I digressed again. Get the right metrics. We talked about that. Earlier in the panel, we were talking about the importance of communication, but the strategic comms. Have a plan on how you're going to communicate. And then when you talk about celebrating wins, that you don't have to think about that because your team's already going to be doing that, because that comms team's already going to be working that. But really, really important to celebrate those wins. We talked about having the courage to fail, which is swing and miss, and then the accountability piece. Admiral Rickover's, historic for ownership and being one of the tenets, and he was absolutely right, and we absolutely need to make sure that that maintains or is part of our behaviors moving forward. Okay, slides. So I probably went a little bit longer on that section than I wanted to, but what I want to do now is pivot. After lunch, which you're all going to come back after lunch to hear Commander Walleye Weiser talk about the behind-the-scenes stuff of making a movie. What I wanted to do is, we just talked about that journey as, if you will, birthed Get Real, Get Better, that you've been talking about. And I want to show you a way that at the same time that we were going through that journey, we were making a movie. And the same tenets that we just talked about were used in the making of that movie. What do I mean? We have a group of naval aviators who know an awful lot about flying. What do they know about making a movie? Nothing. Got a bunch of movie makers, okay, and actors. They know how to make movies. What do you think they know about aircraft carriers or naval aviation? Nothing. Now, I'll use myself as an example. XO of USS Carl Vinson, pulling into Newport News Shipyard to conduct her RCOH. What do you think I knew about a shipyard environment, or soup ship? Who are they? What do they do? Or anything about anything that you do? Nothing. How well do we really understand the sailors, the ships, the operators that are coming into our shipyards to do the work? So the point I'm trying to make is the same parallel here is when we talked earlier about building winning teams, about working together to achieve common goals. That same mindset, whether it's in a shipyard or whether it's making a movie, it's the same thing. Go to the next slide. So it starts with planning. This planning meeting happened at my headquarters at AirPac, and it was Tom Cruise, Jerry Bruckheimer, the director, who's the producer, and the director, Joe Kaczynski, me and my staff. And this is where we sat down and figured out what the vision was going to be, where we set commander's intent and guidance, where we talked about priorities, where we discussed how will we resolve problems. And it's where fix it or elevate it was applied. Okay? They're going to fix the problems, and if they can, it comes to you. Tom, if it comes to you, it comes to me. If it comes to me, it's coming to you. We had each other on speed dial for 3 years. Not going to anchor into the stories and those things that brought it to it, but my number one priority was safety. His number one priority was minimize leaks, because he wanted butts and seats at a movie theater. And if people knew about the movie ahead of time, then no butts and seats. The mystery's gone. But we established all that. And we talked about those things that he needed to have a successful movie, and then what the rules were going to be as far as access to bases, how we were going to fly, all of that. But it happened right here, establishing priorities, intent, and never walking past a problem. Next slide. Build the team. Pretty cool picture, a lot of people. That's the air boss's backyard. And that's the entire cast. And that's an entire PXO class and their spouses that were in town for a PXO course. This wasn't thought out ahead of time. Turns out we had this PXO class going on, and I sat there and I'm just hearing things that didn't make sense. And I said, why don't we get everybody together? I'm having a social tonight. Tom, can you invite the cast? And I said, don't just invite the cast. When you invite them, expectation is that they're there. I think this will be good. I underestimated how good it was. Give another C story. So my aide is talking to John Hamm, who was playing me, a lot taller and better looking. talking to his make-believe aide. Next thing I know, she's coming up, Air Boss, would you please tell her that I don't make coffee for you? I said, no, he does not make coffee for you. She goes, I'm telling John. She went running off, you know. But the power of how you build winning teams. It's one thing to say we want to build winning teams, but what are the actions you take to make it happen? This was hugely powerful. This all of a sudden brought those two communities together and gave them the appreciation that they needed for each other. And it also established relationships, sharing of phone numbers. Give me a call if you have anything. Matter of fact, I'll come visit me when you're offset, and I'll show you what I do. It was awesome. It's what built that team and made that team start really working well together on both sides. Next slide. That's our neighborhood. 3 out of the 4 flag officers in that picture are still active. I'm the only one retired. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Modley, in there. Tom and his sister, and we had them to my house for dinner. Earlier today and this morning, I heard us talking about enhancing trust and building trust. And what I'm telling you is it takes work and it takes thought. This here, making it personal, bringing it down to let's trust each other, was furthered on this evening. What are those evenings that you're doing? What are those activities that you're doing to enhance that trust? It doesn't just happen. You need to build it. Next slide. We talk about ownership and personal commitment. So that's a picture. Well, I know you know the one guy. The other lady's my mom. Tom had just lost his mom. For some reason, he and my mom connected. She was in town because my son was getting married in San Diego. She wandered onto the set. Next thing you know, they're off taking pictures and talking, and ends up my mom was going to be his date to the premiere. Unfortunately, COVID happened. Things got pushed. She passed away. He called her the week before she passed away. Talk about ownership. Talking about making it personal. What are we doing in our daily lives? When I talk about building teamwork, holy crap, that's leadership from him. That gives you a sense of that teamwork that I'm talking about and that ownership on it. And your success is my success, and my success is your success. And we're all one family here. That was what this journey, again, taking the tenets from the aviation journey, was able to put together. Next slide. So we talk about celebrating wins. So this picture was taken at Paramount Studios 1 week before I turned over the Air Boss job to current Air Boss Kenny Weitzel. And it was when we saw the movie for the final time, and I signed the piece of paperwork for the Navy accepting the movie on the Navy's behalf. And what do you see on Jerry Bruckheimer's chest? Gold wings. Tom's in London, he got his virtually. I made each of them honorary naval aviators. Celebrating wins. Thank you for what you do. Done it now over a couple decades. You've furthered our business, and you're worthy of being honorary naval aviator 37 and 38. 100 years of naval aviation, 38 of them. Celebrate wins. Be committed. Next slide. So I started with a thank you, and I'll end with a thank you. Again, really appreciate the opportunity to come see you. I'll be here over lunch. If I kind of ran short, so my time for questions will be limited, but I'll be available for as long as you need. When we talk about sense of urgency, all you have to do is pay attention to what's happening in the world. The ace of bow of our naval forces relies on what we do every single day. It relies on your leadership, relies on you having not just understanding the words and the buzzwords, but turning them into action that drives the results that we, our country, need, such that when President Xi Jinping in China wakes up every morning, he says, not today. Not a good day to go toe-to-toe with America. Because that America aircraft carrier that's sitting off the coast, we had Ronald Reagan soup here earlier. Thank you for what you do, because it's what keeps us safe. It has been and always will be. With that, I don't know if I have any time for questions. I'm looking back at Kelly. One or two. All right. You can go to the question slide if you would, which is the last. We'll just go to that because it's a cool picture. Any questions? Sir.
Try not to blow it up again. Oh, sorry. So in your story about Lemoore, the battle ease, and it sounds like nothing was really changing, and until somebody at a high level came and stepped in and said, here's your standard, and we're going to get you what you need to meet that standard. I'm sure the aircraft maintainers were aware that they had jets without landing gear and engines at their level and communicated it up their chain. So how do we at our working level at the maintenance facilities make sure that we can get the right bug in the right person's ear to get what we need to meet our goals and succeed? How do we clearly communicate that?
Yeah, good question. I don't know that I have each answer is probably going to be a little bit different depending upon where you are. I will tell you that through that journey, I was amazed at the amount of discovery from the walking around. That's why I really emphasize, getting out on the deck plates. It was really interesting at times where I'd be with, the 06 that owned that base, or with the 05 that owned that squadron, and all of a sudden one of their sailors was giving me an answer, and the CO's right there. He goes, I just had on all hands yesterday, none of this came up. You walk in and they're like babbling. So why'd that happen? I don't know what that dynamic was that allowed that. I tell you what I took out of it though was personally, that if they're bringing a problem to a 3-star, I couldn't ignore it. So I took sailors' names, emails. Chain of command didn't like it, but I would answer them back and with the feedback. My staff would leave everything, and every single sailor I said, we're going to get an answer to. It might not be the answer that he or she wanted to hear, but they're going to get an answer so that they know that we cared. Otherwise, and especially I'll use Lemoore as an example, okay, 50 million people over 10 years coming through and nothing's ever changed. What makes this different? I'm just going to hear this. Why do I even bring it up to your attention, Air Boss? Because you don't care. Well, we do. To your point, what I'll tell you is you need to, I shouldn't say you need, one of the things that helps that, A, walking around, B, establishing that culture that just encourages that sort of dialogue, right? Have that dialogue. What are the things? And it's also a mindset that it's not about the senior leader. It's about ensuring that everyone else is set up for success. I'll give you another example. Talking to an artisan at an FRC, and he's making hydraulic drive units, and asking him what is it he needs. He needs a 25-cent O-ring, like a lot of them. It's 99% of the things he was fixing were these, all he needed was these O-rings. O-rings are provided by DLA. Well, how he was fixing it, since he didn't have the O-rings, the next subcomponent, a larger component of that, was a $1,000 component that had the O-ring already in it. And so he was spending the $1,000 and replacing them and taking longer, or something that he could have done with 25 cents. So that generated, hey, discovery, okay, next week he had all the parts he needed. And then, but so it was amazing how we thought we understood our business and we really didn't. But to your question, I think it's just having that environment where people are comfortable to elevate things. And then you need leaders that are going to listen and do something about it. And if they don't, we'll keep yapping. Okay, because it's that important. Next question, and it'll be the last. And again, I'll stick around up front here in case anybody has anything else for me. All right, we'll leave it at that. Oh, sir, go ahead.
So kind of to your example about the two sides and got to be a team.
Right.
In your latest journey to your current job, is there anything you can share about what you've learned, or how you've applied what all of your experience to this really hard, complex maintenance environment?
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is just continuing to tell the story and continuing to try to influence. A couple differences. When the dot was on my forehead for naval aviation, I want to say I had more influence then than I do now, but I owned that. Now I try to influence and shape that, so it's a little bit different, a little bit slower, but nonetheless, still starting to see the signs of effectiveness. I think there's still, well, I don't think, there's still an awful lot of work to do, and it's going to require well beyond my tenure to continue that. And as, especially in organizations that have a high turnover rate or an inexperienced, crew, that the revisit rate, even though you think, oh yeah, they get it, you need to keep revisiting and highlighting the main tenets that work. And actually, we value your work, and do you understand where you fit in this, and why what you do matters? And I think that, as leaders, we can't emphasize the need to do that enough. So, again, thank you all for having me. To come back, and it's a happy homecoming, and I just appreciate the opportunity to address you. And sorry I cut into your lunchtime. Come back and hear Wally, because that's going to be a really riveting lecture. All the best.
So at this time, I want to bring to the stage Mr. Brett English, our PAFM for CVN 80 and 81, to introduce our next speaker. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Hopefully everybody can hear me. It's an honor to be here. I know I'm on the new construction side, but I want to tell you I have a real treat in store today. Commander Frank Weiser is our next speaker, and he's got a decorated naval aviation career. Probably if you watch scenes of him on YouTube, I think he's the lowest altitude flying pilot that the Navy had, and I don't know how many years, he can probably tell you. He flew all the best scenes in Top Gun Maverick. So if you remember the Dark Star taking off, I assume everybody here has seen Maverick, right? I mean, this is a Navy event. So,
hey, Brett, Emerald Downey here for a second.
Yes, sir.
Hey, for those that are smart enough to be back on time, this is like the best piece of Carrier Team 1, all right? So, Littleton, if you want to, somebody walk out there and tell them I'm locking the doors. They don't get to come in if they're late, all right? Just no pressure, but we're not going to be disrespectful either. So just a subtle recommendation. All right.
Thanks, sir. So, oh boy, I think on day one, Admiral Downey showed you a clip of the canyon run in Top Gun Maverick, and you might have thought Tom Cruise was flying that jet, but it was really our next speaker, Frank Weiser. And I don't want to take too much stage time from him because he's got a great presentation, but I do want to say, you may be wondering why I am up here introducing him. We were classmates at the academy, and it's a real honor to know Frank, and I want to bring him up on stage. So without further ado, Frank Weiser.
Appreciate you. Hear me okay? Awesome. Even in the back? It'll start with this. He's already on us. Ah, this is not good. We took another hit. No, 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 no. We can't take much more of this. We can't outrun this guy. We got to eject. What? We need altitude. Pull the ejection handles the second I tell you. Wait. Booster, there's no other way. Eject, eject, eject. Booster, pull the handle, eject. It's not working. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Who has seen
How about that? Better, okay. So for those who have not seen it, I do not intend to spoil it. There are no spoiler alerts in my presentation. My question for y'all is, what you just saw, real or fake? A mixture of both. Okay, the answer is both. It's real because I actually flew that scene with Tom in my back seat. We flew that off the coast of Southern California. We were right off of LAX airspace, if you've ever flown in that military operating area down there. It's fake because we weren't actually in an F-14. We were in F-18s. Tom was in my back seat. Rooster, the other actor, was in the back seat of a Top Gun instructor's jet, and they turned it using CGI into F-14s. It's also fake in the sense that we weren't in a dogfight with a Su-57, but Tom's perspective and the director Joe, who the Air Boss mentioned earlier, and Jerry Bruckheimer, their perspective on how we made this movie was that when they film airplanes, it has to be real. And you can't act the effect of flying in a fighter. You have to actually be in the fighter. And so they can act while they're in the jet, but they can't act like they're in the jet, if that makes sense. So we flew all of these scenes. We flew this one off of SoCal, like I said. What's fun for me when I remember this scene is we were down there off the water at 100 feet doing these high G turns. And then at the end of the turns, when the scene sets up this ejection, would have this 7 or 8 G pull up into the vertical. What was happening to us is that LA Center, the controlling agency that watches all these airplanes, doesn't see us because we're at 100 feet. We're not even on their radar. But all of a sudden, they have this F-18 doing a 50,000 foot per minute climb, and they're seeing it going right into the 787 inbound to Beijing or Hong Kong. And so LA Center's losing their mind with me. And they keep saying, Top Gun 1-1, Top Gun, are you done? State your intentions. And I say to Tom, hey man, are you done? And he says, I'm acting, bro, I'm acting. And I said, LA, sorry, we're still acting. And then we'd go back and do it again because we had to get the environmentals and the lighting just right. So we did this over and over again. And I just kept hearing, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Goose, like 10 times in this one flight. And finally, when we sort of wrapped up, I said, I got to ask you, I don't want to be too nosy. I don't know what's going on, but did we just die? And he's like, no, we live. You're good, man. Okay. So when you see this scene, when you see this from the movie, this is Tom in the back seat of a Super Hornet off the coast of SoCal in this 7G climb up, because it really is hard to act like you're in a fighter unless you're actually in a fighter acting. So that's how we got to that. Now, what do we have in common here, and why am I here? Well, my involvement in this movie is tied very closely to the Blue Angels. And as the Air Boss kind of alluded to earlier, the Enterprise went to great trouble to bring in all the right people. So when it came to the dogfighting scenes, they brought in the instructors from Top Gun. When it came to the carrier scenes, they brought in the carrier instructors from the FRS. They were looking for a few specific scenes that were done at what I would call an extreme low altitude. Because normally for F-18 pilots, the lowest you fly is 200 feet. And that's once you're current and proficient. And at 200 feet, we talk about something called mission cross-check time. And what that means to us is you can look outside for this many seconds. And at 200 feet, you're allowed 1 second to look inside the cockpit. Everything else, your scan is outside. So if you want to deal with your radios, your weapon system, your navigation, you can only look in for 1 second. Otherwise, the biggest threat to you is the terrain, the obstructions, that sort of thing. So mission cross-check time at 200 feet is 1 second. If you want this airplane down at 10 or 20 feet, the mission cross-check time goes down a lot. It's essentially 0. You can't look inside because outside is your biggest threat. So how do we safely get these airplanes at low altitude? Well, their thought was to use a Blue Angel pilot, but the Blue Angels are on the road all the time. And so I was there, still attached to them, transitioning us to this new aircraft. So it became my role to fly some of these scenes. Now, what we have in common is this concept, teamwork. So I've flown with 11 Blue Angel teams, and all of them were great. Some were better than others. But what I learned about how highly effective teams operate came from some of the very best I was on. And your team is no different. Your team is certainly more complex. The fact that you build and maintain the most complicated piece of equipment ever known to man makes you already a good team. But what I know about teams is that good organizations change and great ones change really slowly. And I heard that quote years ago, but it rings true for me when I'm a part of a good organization. The idea being that if it's not broken, don't fix it. If you have a great thing going, if you tried to disassemble your entire CT1 and rebuild it from the ground up, it would take you decades to get to where you are right now. Same thing with the Blue Angels and how we do business. But when we function as a team, we're at our best. As a team, we're 6 airplanes, but not really. We're really 130 men and women, Navy and Marine Corps, who serve on this team. And I liken us most of the time to a football team, because what I love about the football analogy is when you watch a game, there are 11 players on the field from each team. And any one of those 11 players can drop the ball and the play fails and the team doesn't win. But really, it's not on those 11. It's on the entire support network. It's the coaches, it's the trainers, it's the people upstairs, it's the videographers. Everyone is relevant. Everyone is necessary for the success of that team. And from what I can gather from listening to the conversations from CT1, that is in fact the same way you guys are. Any single person can make or break this team. So if when the carrier comes pierside and you have either a 6-month or a 24-month availability, you have to hit your critical milestones. You can't rely on 1 or 2 people to make it work. You have to have everyone functioning as a team to make it work. So that's why the Blue Angels, I think, are a great team, and I think it has some corollaries to what you guys do. I was at an air show in Wisconsin, and I went in to grab a Subway sandwich before the show, and a woman was in there, and she said, "Oh, the Blue Angels are in town. How many of you are there?" And I said, "Well, we're about 130, but we brought 50 of us this weekend for the show." And she said, "No. How many real Blue Angels?" I said, "Well, we have 130 real Blue Angels, but only 50 of us are here." "Well, how many of you fly?" And I said, "Well, 6 airplanes are going to fly, but none of those airplanes fly if it's not for the other 124 people that make this team operate." So as a team, we go all across the country, 30 to 35 cities per year. We perform for millions of people. And why do we do it? Why does the US Navy spend money on a team of airshow pilots and maintenance professionals? Well, we do it because when the show ends, we climb out of the jets and we walk up to the crowd line and we interact with the young men and women who are there, the veterans, the children, you name it. But what we're not there to talk about is the Blue Angels. The air show gives us, it's a mechanism. It gives us the credibility to be able to take time from that young man or young woman who wants to hear us. And so we don't talk about the fact that we did loops to music. We say that at this exact moment, we're here in city whateverville, beautiful weather, lots of people. But at this exact same moment, our brothers and sisters are shooting off an aircraft carrier at night into harm's way. And that's the really cool story. That's what we want to share. And if we could take you guys to the aircraft carrier, it would blow your mind. You'd all want to serve, because it's incredible to see a carrier at sea in the North Arabian Sea function as safely and as effectively as it does. But we can't do that. So we try to bring a little bit of naval aviation to whatever city we're in. We get a chance to go all around, and we talk at civic groups, we talk at schools, and we share with them why we chose to serve and what it is we do. I like to use the landing analogy, and this one seems to resonate. I'll explain that if you're in aviation, landing is kind of a priority. There's always this joke. You have to have in your logbook the same amount of takeoffs and landings, or you've sort of screwed something up along the way. So landings matter. So in this case, perfect weather, daytime, long runway, a monkey could land that airplane, right? You change it up a little bit, it gets dark, you lose your visual cues. It's just like driving on the highway at night. It's hard to judge speed, distance, that sort of thing. It gets harder. It gets harder still, though, if you're landing on a moving vessel. That's a legacy F-18. When you're flying in that, the come aboard speed is 141 knots. That's about 165 miles an hour. So things happen pretty fast. If you want to make this a tiny bit harder, you already know where I'm going with this, I suspect. The hardest thing in all of aviation, across all services, across the entire aviation industry, is that. Can you see it? Because that's the aircraft carrier from 3 miles away. And if you look really closely, I know the lights are on here, but if you look closely and you picture a quad slide, in the center of the bottom left quadrant is the aircraft carrier. And that's what the pilot sees at 3 miles. So I'm going to bring you into 20 seconds before landing. You can tell me when you get sight of the aircraft carrier.
haven't changed any of the color of the lighting. That is in fact what you see. And it's why most people who fly off these aircraft carriers love it during the daytime and absolutely hate it at nighttime, because that is in fact how it is. But what you just saw ties into my next point, and that's focus. So every one of us, it doesn't matter what we do for a living, we at times during our day have to focus. You might have to focus individually, you might have to focus as a team. But when are the times when you are required to have absolute and total focus? I can guarantee you the pilot in that airplane had total focus, was not concerned about what's for dinner or what they're going to do later on. They're focused on the task at hand. So my question for you is, where are the times in your day-to-day activities that you are absolutely required to focus, where nothing else matters, where you have total clarity on the task at hand? On the Blue Angels, I'll show you what focus looked like. But first, as a bit of background, I was Blue Angel 5 and 6 during my different years on the team. And 5 and 6 are the solo pilots. And what that means for us is we're the maximum performance demonstrators. 4 airplanes fly in tight formation. The other 2 demonstrate how fast it can go, how high it can go, how many Gs it can pull. And it starts on takeoff. So it looks like this. Turn down the volume on the video. This is on the runway at NAS Pensacola. That's perfect. Runway 25 left. We're in formation. I'm number 6. We run our engines up. I pass a thumbs up. That indicates my airplane's ready to go. We release brakes together. We accelerate to full afterburners. That gives us 32,000 pounds of thrust. What you'll notice about this video, though, is that my head is looking left almost all the time. When you're taught to fly, you always look straight ahead when you take off. We're looking left because I'm modulating my throttles to stay in perfect position on the ground even before we get airborne. When I look straight ahead like I am now, my wingman has already taken off and I'm airborne. So my gear's up, my flaps are up, the aircraft accelerates rapidly. 250 by midfield. At the end of the runway, it's 300 knots. And at 350 knots, both hands on the stick, all the way in the lap, 7 times the force of gravity, and you're pointed vertically. You can see the smoke of the diamond already in the distance from their preceding maneuver. So that's the takeoff maneuver. But as I explained it there, the aircraft, if we do it just right, never leaves the same height it taxis at, meaning it takes off, but the gear and flaps come up and you accelerate at that 3-foot altitude. The level of focus there is pretty intense. What you might not know about the Blue Angels is that we modify our airplane in several kind of key areas. When they become from a fleet airplane to a Blue Angel airplane, we take out the gun. We don't need the cannon in the front of the airplane. We put in a smoke tank that gives us that smoke. We also add a spring to the jet. And the spring is just a simple mechanical spring like Arnold Schwarzenegger used to use to expand his chest. That spring comes out of the floorboard. It attaches to the stick. And so to stay in level flight, you do a 40-pound curl. And you do that throughout the course of the flight. So if you want to climb or descend, you actually pull 50, 60 pounds. So imagine yourself in the gym, you're on a low row machine, and you've got one handle, it's 40 pounds. It's not that heavy, but after 20 minutes, it's pretty heavy. And after an hour, you just want to die. So you build up this tolerance to flying with the spring, but it gives you a great deal of control over the airplane. In that particular maneuver, though, half an ounce of relaxation on that spring, and you've crashed in literally a second. So there's a high degree of focus. And my point in saying this is we each can find the points in our day where we focus and prioritize them and then take our rest later when the time comes. Here's another aspect that's near and dear to your guys' hearts. Timelines matter to you. I know that. They certainly matter to us in tactical aviation. If you guys had that 6-month availability or a 24-month availability, you know what your timelines are and as they go. When we're flying in combat, we know what our timelines are. If I'm overhead, men and women on the ground asking for ordnance, the forward air controller says, I need this weapon based on CDE. I need it delivered at this location, plus or minus 1 foot, and at this time. And the timeline is the most critical aspect. Because if you come in too early, the good guys aren't out of the way. And if you come in too late, the bad guys have already left. So timelines matter. On the Blue Angels, I want to show you what our timelines look like. This is carried on from the maneuver you just saw. So this is the first of our maneuvers. I'm flying as the Blue Angel lead solo. I'm converging on center point at NAS Pensacola. You'll see the runway off in the distance and the smoke over the runway because that's where the Diamond just did their first maneuver. We accelerate from 10 miles apart and we're converging to a center point that's right at the center of that runway. We accelerate to 400 knots and you'll see me look right as I look at checkpoints. My 2-mile checkpoint is the stop sign coming over the bridge. That's the main bridge into Pensacola. You'll see me look for it. And then as I snap forward, I'm looking for my wingman and I'm updating my timeline to make sure I get there at the right time. So as we converge, you're going to see me looking left because the smoke is covering up the runway right now, so it's hard to see my wingman as we do a cross with 1,000 miles per hour closure. We come up in a knife edge for the first cross. You guys see him go by? Anybody? All right, we rewind. I'm going to go on 1/20th speed, approaching center point. We pull back on the stick and push it forward. That puts the aircraft in ballistic flight. We roll up on our wings so our wingtips don't touch. And then we go into the first maneuver, which is the knife edge pass. So you see him now? If we do our job just right, the crowd sees that. Now here's the timeline aspect that matters. We're starting 10 miles away from each other, and we have to cross over center point 47 seconds later. Not 46 3/4, not 47 1/2. 47 seconds later we cross, because that's where the show is. And there's a trailer out there that we measure our success off of. So as we ingress, if either of us are off by even a quarter of a second, it moves that hit 167 feet left to right. So if you're flying on a Saturday and you have 20 knots of wind behind you, and the day before you had 20 knots of wind in your face, and you don't change anything, your hit happens 4,000 feet away, and no one even sees you. So you're making constant adjustments to your timeline to make this hit work. Literally, you're adjusting your speed 1 knot. Instead of 400, I'm flying 399, because that's going to make or break that 100-foot hit as we cross. So we carry that on. That first maneuver's over. We go back out to 9.5, 10 miles away. I'll speed this up just a little bit for the purpose of showing you what we do. And we turn back in. We do the exact same maneuver over again, but because it's the Blue Angels, we have to do it upside down. So now, same maneuver, 1,000 miles of closure, but instead of the blood being pulled away from your head, the blood is being pushed towards your head as you get set up. And then following the cross, it's -3 Gs. So 3 times the force of your body being pushed into your eyes. Your eyes start to see red because of all the blood force in your brain, followed by a turn to behind the crowd. Now, this is our trickiest timeline of all right here that no one ever knows about because they're watching the jets in front of them. The hardest thing on the Blue Angels is how we get back together before the next maneuver. So we have 30 to 45 seconds to rejoin for the next maneuver. And this is one where we're demonstrating the carrier landing capabilities of our aircraft. So we do that by putting down our gear and our flaps. We add the tail hook. You're all familiar with the tail hook. So we throw the tail. Did that freeze? All right, we'll skip that. Let's see. I'll let my audio visual guys help me in the back as we get set up. So this brings up an interesting story. I was telling the air boss earlier. I've done a handful of these presentations over the last year, and I went to do one that was a bit odd. It was in a Baptist church. And I'm used to talking to military groups or flying clubs or even businesses, but a church was a new one for me. So I'm in front of about 1,100 men at a men's convention. And I got up. We had tested everything ahead of time, pretty robust system. And I clicked the first slide and it didn't come on. So I looked around and audiovisual came up to help. It was going to take a second. So I said, all right, while I got a moment, let me tell you guys a joke. So I've got 1,100 Baptist men staring at me. I said, all right, true story. There's an Air Force pilot. He died. He went to heaven. He gets up to the gates. I know it's working, but I want to tell you my story now. So he gets to the gates, and St. Peter's there, and he said, welcome, son. We're happy to have you here. You've lived a wonderful life. Welcome to heaven. And he said, I got one question. Are there any Navy pilots in this room? Are there any in heaven? Am I going to bump into any? Because I don't care for them. St. Peter said, don't worry about that, son. I don't think they're here. They weren't invited, and you have nothing to fear. So Air Force pilot goes into heaven, goes into the Great Hall, big grand room. At the end of one side, there's this massive mirror. And in front of the mirror, there's a Navy pilot. Flight suit unzipped way too far, leather coat on, collar up, and he's flexing and staring at himself in the mirror. And the Air Force guy's incensed, and he storms back out. He's like, St. Peter, you promised no Navy pilots in here. I said, my son, don't worry, that's not a Navy pilot. That's just God pretending. So I said that in the Baptist church, and I almost got booed out of there. Bad on me for telling a sacrilegious joke when I was in a moment of awkwardness. I will see if this will carry on here for us. Or maybe we can hit it in the back and see if it works. I have another joke if it doesn't. So as I mentioned, you converge on center point the exact same time. You're 9.4 to 9.8 miles apart, depending on the weather for this maneuver. And then as you cross, you have all this blood rushing to your head. So everything when you're upside down happens backwards. If you want to go left, you have to tell the airplane to go right and vice versa. So it plays tricks on your mind. But as we push away and we go behind the crowd, as we get rejoined, what I was explaining is we go into the carrier landing configuration. And when this airplane lands on the carrier, it puts its gear down, it puts its tail hook down. And really at that point, it's at the least maneuverable it can be. Because when you land an airplane, you want it to be stable, not maneuverable. What we want to demonstrate on the Blue Angels is the fact that even in our least maneuverable point, this airplane is so incredible that when it's the least maneuverable, it can do incredible things. So we get joined up and we fly right overhead the center point. But to do this, because it's the Blue Angels, we never do anything normal. So one airplane is always upside down. So we have to fly kind of a bizarre formation. We roll out on center point. You can only be inverted 1 mile right of where the show is. And you'll see, in this case, the lead solo rolls the aircraft inverted. You'll see this maneuver again in Top Gun Maverick, so that's a little sneak peek. So we fly in kind of this bizarre formation, and the intent of doing that is to get to that. If we do it just right, that's what you see. Aviation has an incredible way of teaching people how to deal with adversity, how to deal with challenge. I just got finished reading a book called The Checklist Manifesto. If anybody in here has read that, it was written by a doctor, and the book is basically tying in lessons learned in aviation to medicine and how a simple thing like the checklist revolutionized medicine. And as I'm listening to the panel earlier and some of the lectures, checklists come up in your daily life all the time. The idea was 1935, the US Army Air Corps was trying to create the next bomber that would eventually be the bomber for World War II. And they had prototypes, they're testing them. So they had the most experienced test pilot in the entire Army Air Corps take off in the Model 299, but eventually the B-17. And on takeoff, the airplane rolls up on his wing, crashes into the ground. It was the most experienced test pilot there was, so how could they have failed? Well, they realized that there was a control lock that was preventing the elevators and the rudder from actually functioning. They were locked in place. And they needed to turn the lock off, basically stow the lock so the aircraft flight control surfaces could function. They didn't do it, they forgot. The immediate takeaway was, it's too hard for a human being to fly an airplane that complex. It can't be done. Let's scrap the whole thing. And then someone in the back of the room is like, I got an idea. Could we just make a little list of things that are critical and not forget to do those? And therein was born the first aviation checklist. And then medicine took advantage of it, and all the other industries have taken advantage of it because it's an easy way to deal with the unexpected. So adversity in aviation looks a bit like this. This is an air show in Canada flown by a Canadian CF-18, much like the Blue Angel airplanes. Loss of a right engine, incorrect procedure, successful ejection. What's interesting about this particular example is that Brian Buse was the pilot of this airplane. I was flying air shows the same year this happened. And as I talked to Brian afterwards, because we're trying to pull his lessons learned out of this mishap, and he's telling us what exactly went wrong. He lost his engine in the slow speed pass. It's a terrible time to lose your engine because your airplane's flying on the other side of the power curve, if you've heard that term. It takes the same amount of power to make it go slow, you could do 400 or 500 knots. But you're having to push this airplane through the sky so that when your engine fails, it doesn't have the power on one to even push itself through the sky, much less climb away. So he didn't do the correct procedures. But what's interesting is he survived the failed engine. He survived the ejection. He thought he was going to end up on top of the fireball in his canopy. He didn't. He survived that. But the scariest part was right now where you see his canopy still inflated. And in his opinion, he was being dragged to his death. And it's a beautiful air show day, 10 knots of wind, but that wind picked up his canopy. He couldn't deflate it, and he thought he was going to hit his head on a rock or a tree and die after all those other survivable aspects. We do the same exact maneuver on the Blue Angels, but we do it with two of us, and we do it really close together. So why are we willing to accept that risk if something goes wrong? Well, this is my point about aviation and how we deal with adversity, how we deal with challenges. We do it by being prepared and planning for the unexpected. So when we take new student pilots in flight school, before they ever get into an airplane, they learn everything that might go wrong and what to do when it does go wrong. And they memorize all these procedures. And then once they've been memorized, they're tested on them. Once they're tested on them, they're evaluated in the simulator. And once all that happens, then they get into the airplane. Because you can't get into the airplane for the first flight and hope nothing goes wrong. Well, I'm going to learn all that shit later. Right now, I'm just flying on flight number 1. You can't. You have to be ready for everything before you take off the very first time. And that's how we deal with it. So my point in saying that is, what it comes up in your daily life, what are the problems? And do you go through a list of, these are all the things that could go wrong in my particular job? And if they did go wrong, what are the procedures I have to go through to fix them? Because if you do that, if you have a plan, if you have a procedure for every known thing that could go wrong, then you really have no problems at all. Solving all these problems becomes SOP. It just becomes your daily business, life in and out, right? This exact same thing happened to me off of Lake Michigan. My engine didn't quit. Our Blue Angel aircraft are maintained by the best sailors and Marines in the Navy Marine Corps, in my opinion. But I flew through a flock of seagulls. Harder to prepare for that, although we certainly try to. But the flock of seagulls destroyed really both of my engines, but the right one right away, it exploded. And so the proper procedure are you dump the nose right away. It's counterintuitive because you feel the airplane sinking. So to stuff the nose means you think you're going to crash and you're making it happen faster. You're accelerating to the scene. Well, you do it because the airplane has to get to level to have the energy to fly. So you dump the nose, you go full power, you push the rudder against the yaw, and then you maintain 14 units alpha to climb away. And it works. If you do the procedure right, it works every time. And so that's my point in how you deal with adversity. The best recommendation I ever got, it's both in the airplane and out of the airplane, in dealing with a challenging scenario, is to always underreact. We have an expression in the Hornet, it's no fast hands in the cockpit. When things go wrong, take your time. Sit, if you're going to do anything, sit on your hands, because your hands are going to mislead you. They're going to want to act too fast. Process what's going on, and then figure out what the right course of action is. Same thing happens in human interaction. I don't think anyone who blows up on people around them say, I am really happy that I overreacted. I'm really happy that I exploded on that sailor with anger and rage in the heat of the moment. It was definitely the right way to handle that. I don't think anybody says that. So the idea that you can underreact, whether your airplane's on fire and exploding or whether everything's perfect, to me seems like the right way to go. The last aspect, and this came up both with Admiral Miller and before in your panel, is trust. How do we trust one another? In your daily job, we trust people all the time. We trust you'll be back on time. We trust you'll pay someone back money, but we trust them with our lives too. I call it high trust. When you trust someone else with your life, they trust you with their life over and over and over again. On the Blue Angels, it looks like this. A similar maneuver to what you saw earlier, but we're crossing with our wings level at a much higher speed, 1,200 miles per hour closure. What's interesting about this, did you see him go by? A little easier when we're not in the smoke. I'll pause it here for 1 second. This airplane has about a 42-foot wingspan. So from my head, it extends 20 feet. From the head of the other aircraft, same thing. The wings are crossing with single-digit feet apart. And that sight picture becomes relevant for Top Gun Maverick, and you're going to see that again shortly. So we accelerate into the vertical, we come down, we roll again as we cross. And then after we cross this final time, our solo routine is over, and we set up for the delta. As we get into formation, I'll fast forward just a bit here, but we put all 6 planes in what we call the delta formation. The idea in the delta, and you can see here on the upper left, you see Blue Angels 2, and then behind Blue Angel 2 is Blue Angel 1. If I'm doing my job just right, I'm covering up number 1's head with number 2's head. That's we're in a balanced formation. But watch this video for just a moment and see if anything catches you as odd or off guard. We're in a descending, accelerating turn towards the runway in Pensacola for our final landing maneuver when we do a pitch up, brake to land. And as you're flying, for those of you who have any time in airplanes, you'll know that you get accustomed to learning what the threats are. And those threats are the terrain, the trees, the towers, the obstructions. And your spidey senses are going nuts as you feel the aircraft accelerate, you feel all these things going by in your periphery. Right as we get over center point, number 1 breaks away, then number 2 breaks away in order. We don't take cameras in our airplane. That's a sort of a Blue Angel rule for us. But Boeing every now and again will put in cameras for their own purposes of multimedia. And so Boeing had put this camera in my jet. I watched it subsequently. And when I saw that video, I was blown away. It never occurred to me that in the course of that maneuver, I never looked straight ahead. For the entire turn, this descending, accelerating turn, I was looking only at the other wingman to maintain the proper formation. And the fact is, like I mentioned, mission cross-check time, if you're in a formation with 6 airplanes that close together at that speed, if you look away for even a second, you've already put yourself out of position because your hands and your brain, you're making so many corrections so fast that you can't even afford 1 second of looking away. So that's this level of trust. There's a really famous Thunderbird, the Air Force team. They had a mishap in Creech Air Force Base, for those of you who heard about it, in the T-38. All 4 of their Diamond airplanes flew straight in the ground. 1 made a mistake, Thunderbird number 1, the flight lead. 2, 3, and 4 just follow their lead, and they all end up in the dirt. And there's a great deal of trust that's placed in each of these people. 2 through 6 are trusting number 1, but number 1 is also trusting that everybody else flies their position so they don't have a midair inside of that formation. So that's this level of trust. All of this stuff came together when we made this movie, starting about in the summer of 18. My involvement, like I mentioned, was because they were looking for one particular pilot to fly a low altitude scene. And because of all these maneuvers that you've just seen, we were trying to find a way to mitigate the risk. In the first movie, a pilot died. I don't know how many people are aware of that, but it was a civilian pilot named Art Scholl. And he was in a civilian aircraft filming a flat spin out to sea. And eventually the controls got locked and he crashed out to sea and was never found. I can certainly speak for the Admiral and say that he was unwilling to accept the risk of one of the aircrew dying or certainly losing an airplane. So how do we make an incredible movie and mitigate the risk? Well, we did it by, like I explained, they found the right SMEs to fly each of the scenes. My scenes were kind of the brain dead ones. Can you just fly an airplane low altitude? So the first scene I was involved in was this one. Once again, no spoiler alerts here, I promise. Real or fake? Both. It's real. I flew those. That's off of Fort Rosecrans at Point Loma, for those of you who've been to San Diego. It's right by NAS North Island. It's real because I took a Blue Angel airplane out there. We did that exact same flyover. Oddly enough, this was my first event filming for Top Gun Maverick. And so I'm basically doing a recce of where we're going to fly this scene. So I go out to this cemetery that really exists. And I get there and they're just buses and buses and buses. I don't know what they're for. I'm just trying to lay eyes on where I'm flying over that afternoon. And as I'm in my flight suit, I was in 05, I'm walking down the street and here past me walks a 4-star Admiral. It's like, holy shit. Hello, sir. Hey, how's it going? We walk by another 30 feet later, 3-star Admiral. How's it going? And I walk over the course of about 50 meters. I see probably 3 or 4 3- and 4-star Admirals. And the final one that walked by me was 19 years old. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Where are all these 19-year-old Admirals coming from? I was oblivious to the fact they were using extras from all over. And that was an E3 in one of the VRC squadrons who was more than happy to salute me. And it was a very unique aspect of this movie that you had no idea who anyone was. It could be an actor or actress in a flight suit. It could be an actual Navy pilot, or it could be an E3 that was a lineman who was now a 3-star. But we flew the scene over and over again. The interesting part about this for me is it's trust related. And so the scene I just showed you about trust in the Blue Angel airplane, to film this right, the sun was setting to the west. I was ingressing from the west, going overhead the cemetery. But as the sun set, everything to the east was dark. And I was in a very old F-18, an F-18A. And so the inertial nav system is not great. It roughly can approximate where you are, but it certainly can't pinpoint a casket or a group of people. And this target was drifting constantly. So I'm relying on 2 people to say higher, lower, left, right. And we're barely scraping over these trees. And so there's a lot of faith and trust in my end when basically all I'm seeing is darkness to fly this thing just right. And the next time, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. And as you get there, you feel these trees going right underneath you. And you're saying, boy, I hope you guys take care of me. It's that level of trust. Another scene that you probably remember. This is the second scene I filmed for the movie. Real or fake? Both. So what's interesting about this is we really flew it. I'll show you how we practiced for it. I'll show you what we did. In fact, to get it just right, Paramount wanted, they knew it was going to be the Dark Star. The Dark Star didn't take off. That's why it's fake. But it's real because we flew it with the Blue Angel airplane and we practiced to see how could we get the right effect on the set.
That was the best. That was awesome.
So we're trying to figure out, do we want low and fast? Do we want high? Do we want to push the nozzles towards the ground? There was a light pole in my way and they kept asking me to go lower. And the light pole, although I probably wouldn't have hit it, it would have been 1 or 2 feet off my wing and I felt like I was gonna. So the F-18 has a really cool switch that makes light poles go away. And so if you see the light pole in the back left there, you'll see our second run. So once the light pole went away and it broke, we took it down. And then we could try low and fast. And so low and fast gives really cool pictures, but you saw it didn't do much to the terrain, right? And so what we eventually agreed on doing was we brought the aircraft in at about 15 feet and we pitched it up at the perfect speed to give the maximum climb efficiency, and it directed that thrust to the ground. And what actually happened was on our one take, we could only do it one time because there was an actor named Ed Harris who was out there, and that was it. We got one chance. He has hair and makeup done and it's on, and the roof came off the building. And the director almost wasn't willing to put this into the movie because he thought everyone's going to assume it's fake. But in fact, it really happened. The only reason that roof didn't end up on top of the actors is because you can see on each corner of it, there's some conduit that comes from the walls into it and then back down. So the conduit is the only reason that that roof didn't end up on top of Ed Harris. And the fact that we filmed it in real life and they didn't want to use it because they thought it would look fake is awesome. That is one of the coolest things about naval aviation, that we do shit that's so cool that people don't even believe it.
So what's the story with you and Maverick? It seems like he's got you a little rattled. It's none of your business. Now, where the hell is he? Been here the whole time. Holy shit. You see me now? Come on, let's get it over with. Fight's on!
Real or fake? Real. 100% real. We filmed it just like you saw it. We filmed that using this airplane. And so the way to do that, you have to have these high-def cameras. We couldn't just put a cameraman in the back of an F-18. So the aerial liaison for the movie created the Cinejet. This is a group of L-39s that fly air shows mostly on the West Coast called the Patriot Jet Team. And they put this massive camera on the front. So we get ready to film this. It kind of harkens back to the first movie, right? But we want to do it for real. So myself and the movie's liaison called the air boss and say, we can do this. It can be done. It's a Blue Angel maneuver. You just saw it in the video where that one aircraft was upside down, right? In that carrier landing. And it's easier because we're not going to put our gear down. So we can do it. So I went up to Pax River where I was doing the testing anyway for the Super Hornet. And we decided to test it and to see how long can this aircraft fly inverted. That's a trick because on the Blue Angels, we have an inverted fuel pump. So you can fly almost forever upside down. But this was a traditional F-18. So we tested it with the engineers in the sim over and over again. Well, I'm a smart guy, so I was smart enough to, on Wikipedia, type in L-39, and it says it can do 380 knots. So I'm like, that's good. I can do that. So we test it at 380, upside down. I get about 28 seconds of inverted time before things start to go bad fast. And then I said, while we're here, let's test it at 350, and it flew okay. And we decided, because it's Pax River and that's what they do for a living, we'll just keep testing it until it doesn't work anymore. So we got down to 250 knots, and that was at a point where the aircraft was basically not controllable anymore inverted. So we get out to film that particular scene, and we get over Fallon, the high desert. The L-39's filming it, and the L-39 says, I can get to about 260 knots because I have this big camera on the nose, and it's like a barn door, and it slows me down. So the thing is, we gave it a shot because we had just tested it. I knew the airplane would work, and it worked exactly like the sim showed, which was really cool. But what's interesting about this, and the reason I have this picture on the screen, is because no one that I know has even noticed the fact that my airplane inverted is in a little bit of a slow speed pass. So instead of being level and inverted, it's cocked up 5 degrees negative so that it can maintain that slow speed flight. But that is in fact the CO of Top Gun in the upright plane and me inverted there above him. All right, one last scene here that I think you might remember.
Pumping. 3, 2, 1.
100% real. Everything you see there, to get that scene, we filmed it with this camera. That's a IMAX camera. The first time they'd ever put it on the wing of the airplane, they installed it there. They even gave it ballast in the back, which I thought was kind of them, being that we normally carry 2,000-pound bombs there and we don't really need ballast, but they were thoughtful. So we added this IMAX camera and we filmed that scene just like you saw it. We took scenes like this to get that pass. They referred to it as the Lawrence of Arabia pass. That is, the movie Lawrence of Arabia had a little dot in the distance that turned into a man on a horse. In this case, the Top Gun equivalent was a little dot in the distance that turned into a Super Hornet doing 500 knots. So to film it, we set this thing up and we flew a racetrack pattern. So we're out in Fallon, we're in Bravo 20, the high desert up there, and we're going outbound. They wanted my airplane down and set 8 to 10 miles away. So down at 10 or 20 feet, all that distance away. I would use the analogy of I'm trying to find them visually. I have my system tells me approximately where they are. But if you picture yourself on one end of a football field, you can see someone on the other end. You can see a human being 300 feet away. But if that same human is 60,000 feet away, it's really hard to see him, right? You can't. So I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a go. And I flew 12 miles away. I turned, I descended and accelerated, and then set up the first of our passes.
That was awesome.
So two people in the foreground, there's the assistant producer to Bruckheimer and the director behind him. And this was the first pass. I will tell you, I was out of my mind happy that I'd found him. I was convinced I was going to end up like 3 miles away, and they're going to be like, did you do it? I'm like, I did it. Did you see me? Nothing. But I flew over him. I was quite pleased with myself. The director comes on the radio and says, I loved it. Can you bring it 1 foot to the right? And so that goes back to perspective. My perspective was I did a really freaking good job. I was lucky I found him. His perspective was on this beautiful camera they have, I needed the airplane a little bit over to make it perfectly balanced in the lens, right? So we tried again and again. But what he didn't get is the fact that to do that and to move it 1 foot right, you can't turn that airplane, because when you turn an airplane, the wings go down in the direction you're turning. So at that altitude, if you turned, your wing would be in the dirt. And I can't yaw the airplane, because if you even breathe on the rudder, the whole airplane's going to shudder, and it's going to translate hundreds of feet. So 1 foot was about as close as I was going to get. Let's go to another scene here. This scene, I understand, has gotten the attention of some of the leadership in CT1.
Hey man, ease up. The canyon's getting tighter. Negative payback. Increase your speed. You're going too fast, man. Well, no harm in being ahead of schedule. Damn it, slow down. I can't stay on the course. Ah, you're gonna hit the wall. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Well, real, 100% real. So this is, in this case, the back of my head flying as Hangman. Anytime you see in this movie the helmet from behind, that's an actual Navy pilot. And they're flying with a look-back camera, but all the other times you're seeing this massive amount of cameras pointing at the actors. In this particular case, we filmed it just like you saw. And what Paramount's direction to me was, is go fly through this canyon. You don't have to go that low. This is just a test run. You're going to fly with Hangman. And we really want to show in the script that no one can get as low as Tom. So just go learn this canyon. But the point of me showing this is because for the script of this movie, Maverick laid out his requirements. For those who have seen it, he said, we have to do this at this altitude, at this speed, or it just doesn't work. And in real life, they did the same thing with me. We have to get your airplane as low as it can go safely. We have to do this to make this change point in the movie happen. And the same thing is true for you guys. You lay out your requirements, and then you say, we have to make it. We have to make these timelines, or it's just not going to work. So how are we going to get there? How are we going to provide ourselves the right materials and resources to do it? Well, if you do it right, for me, it looked like this. I got the coordinates for this canyon. That's step one, right? If you're knucklehead Frank here and you're trying to figure out how to put this airplane at crazy low altitudes, you get all the coordinates, and then I go to Google Earth. I did this in my BOQ room while I was waiting for the next shoot. I figure out where NAS Fallon is. Okay, I know it's about there. I'm not a Top Gun instructor, so I hadn't been out there. 80 miles to the east is Toyabe. I have my waypoints, and so I zoom in on a MacBook. And the cool thing about this recon and this study is I can go exactly to the point where I'm going to fly my airplane. I'm going to get the exact eyeball cal. I'm going to see exactly how it looks to me at 200 feet, at 100 feet. I can know how many seconds it takes me until I get to my next turn point. I know how many G's I'm going to have to pull to get to the next point. Each mountain that I'm going to have to cross, do I cross it in the wings level? Do I cross it inverted in a pull? And you can walk through this exact same route to the point where I'm flying it with my eyes closed from my seat. Because that's what I have to do, because when it happens for real, you already have to be prepared. Going back to dealing with adversity, I have to be ready to fly this route and have things break at the exact same time. So when you see it in the movie, it looks like this. So I'm not even going to ask you because you already know the answer, right? Everything you just saw there was real. It was filmed on a couple different days when we flew this. We had to do it over and over again because the environmentals had to be just right. Paramount put a great deal of effort into making sure there was continuity throughout the movie, that when the airplane took off, if it was filmed on different days, but the clouds were in a different place in the sky, we had to scrap it and start over. So to film that, this is a great quote I love, and it applies to your team for sure, but it definitely applied to me that day. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. Because when you see a pilot from the back, that's not Tom Cruise, that's not Glenn, that's, in this particular case, it's me, but in any case, it's a Navy pilot, man or woman, flying that airplane. But Paramount really cares about being perfect in terms of not being called out for inconsistencies. So I will tell you for sure, never in my life have I had my hair any longer than it is right now. That's definitely not my hair under that helmet. So Paramount decides, if I go the right direction, to glue Tom's hair to mine. And that hair piece was flown up from LA on a Honda jet just before that flight to make sure that even from the back, my head looked like Tom's. So that low altitude scene that I explained, how challenging it was, where at low altitude, you don't have any time to do anything else. I was really pleased that I overflew them. I have no idea of knowing what exactly they're looking for. What I didn't know until we landed that night was the fact that they had already gotten the shot they wanted, and we did it 5 or 6 more times because they were all taking selfies. So normally this is my last scene. I feel like this audience deserves one additional scene, and so give me 30 seconds. I'm going to share this with you.
Maverick is downwind. No front landing gear, no tail hook. Pull the cable and raise the barricade. Foul deck, foul deck! Now raise the barricade!
Please don't tell me we lost an engine.
All right, I won't tell you that.
Okay.
So millions of people saw that into the movie, the exclamation point of the movie, and they thought nothing of it, aside from maybe that Maverick is a great pilot and was able to land this emergency aircraft. But what everyone in this room knows, and everyone who's served knows, is that's not the case at all, right? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of dedicated professionals who allowed that to happen. And what's cool to me is the people in this room get it, but everybody else in the theaters didn't get it. The fact that that system was built, was maintained by CT1 in an arena that says it's only going to be tested once every 10 or 20 years. But when it does get tested, it has to work perfectly. And it worked just like it's supposed to. And it would again and again and again. And so I think that's really incredible that that's kind of how they ended this movie. It took a group of professionals who are doing this high quality maintenance that get no appreciation for it to get it done. So on behalf of someone who's flown off aircraft carriers for 20 years and has benefited from the hard work and the unappreciated work from everybody in this room, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of the week. And Kelly, did you want to do questions? Do we have a few minutes? Okay. All right, Kelly said we have just a few minutes. If there's any questions, and while you guys think, there was a question right before I walked up. It was who puked on the movie? And that's a question I get often. And to my understanding, Tom never puked, but he flies a lot. The only person who didn't puke was the female pilot actress, Monica, who played the character of Phoenix. She was an absolute stud. And that harkens back to my time flying with the Blue Angels. My first year, I gave VIP backseat rides, 300 rides over the course of a year. And I flew with a number of Hall of Famers, football players, actors, athletes, and most of these guys, NASCAR racers who won the event for the year. Most all of them turned into jelly. But almost without fail, my strongest riders was the 65-year-old female guidance counselor who just loved the flight. So I don't know why that is that way, but it is in fact the case. Yes, sir?
Hey, so I'm gonna make this a little more personal. I'm gonna take it back. I love what you did on the movie and all that, but as a combat operator, right? as a soft tier 1 operator, I want to say thank you, right? Personally, thank you, because you guys put warheads on foreheads who have saved my life, have brought other boys home, and destroyed the enemies of our country. I know people don't like to hear that, but on that level, we don't get to tell you enough. Thank you for saving my ass in a combat zone.
Undeserved, but appreciated. I think most of us who are in the air would like to be on the ground in the thick of things as well. We all just want to be involved. And what's interesting to me as one of the people who got to participate in this movie is a lot of my civilian friends who don't get it say, what an incredible way to end your career. And I said, I'd rather end my career on a fly off from a carrier after a deployment. That's the stuff that matters to me. It's what we do overseas when it's our men and women on the ground. That's the really cool shit. This is just a movie. But the benefit of this movie is it might bring in a lot more people into our Navy and Marine Corps that then get to carry that torch forward, right? Any other parting shots? Okay, thank you guys for having me. Have a great week.
Raise your hand if you think he's cool. Also, raise your hand if do these videos really give you get your heart pumping? Yeah, it's I feel like people have anxiety. So the next time we got to make sure that nobody's on light duty or nothing when we watch these videos, because I mess around have a heart attack watching this. But for sure, we really appreciate him. Let's give him another round of applause because he did an amazing job. And then before I bring Kelly up, I think that, it's definitely tremendous that we get to see, what we do in action. But I was thinking about replacing a non-skid. That's definitely a job that nobody really wants to do. So, Kelly, are you ready to come up?
Yes, I'm ready. But
All
it's
right.
really hard to follow that. Oh my gosh. Was that fantastic? Man. So thank you to Brett for introducing him today. And honestly, I was sitting at the PEO offsite, and Admiral Downey had done a similar talk that he did on day one. And then all of a sudden, I don't remember when it was, Brett stood up and said, that was one of my classmates. And I sat next to Aisha. I'm like, I wonder if I could get him. I don't know. Let me go see if I can get that guy that just said that. And so thank you for the connection. And that was fantastic. And the reason I had him show that last scene is because that is the equipment you guys work on in our shipyards. And so it is essential and amazing because it shows you how important what we do is. Because if the equipment doesn't work, kind of like in the scene right before that when he tried to eject and he couldn't, and the equipment failed, and luckily, the other pilot came and saved them. If that equipment fails, that could be life or death for that sailor. So pilot, so it matters. And so thank you for what you do. And that's why we end it with that one. So it was fantastic. Thank you. All right. So we're getting close to the end. I know you all are excited. And let's see. I'm looking at table numbers here. So I know that on the bottom of 2 chairs, there is a Care Team 1 sticker, and I actually don't know where they are. So the question is someone sitting in them or not? So let's see. If you can stand up and look under your chairs. You need to stand up for a moment anyway. That's really the purpose. And I have 2 books to give away. I don't know where they are, to be honest. And if you don't find them, then I'm just going to pick someone. Any luck? All right, let me think of a way. All right, I got it. I got it. Yeah, yeah. Who has been here in their position under 1 year? Okay. Who has been in their position under 6 months? Okay. Who has been in their position under 3 months? All right, getting there. Who has been in their position under 2 months? Come on up. I believe there was one more hand. Was someone else under 2 months? All right, come on up. Thank you. Yes, Chris. Yeah, he's like under 10 days or something. Day 7. All right, here you go. A little bit of knowledge for you. All right, we're going to do a little bit of, can you bring my instructions up pretty please for the cafe? Oh, thank you. All right, can I see all my host hands raised? Because I need to make sure there's people with you. Okay, all right. All right, so if you do not have a host at your table, can you raise your hand? Because I'm going to move number 20, I think, over here with 18. And I'm going to get you guys going. So I'm trying to get you guys tables, and I'm going to get you started. So if there's a table without a host, can you raise your hand? Because we're going to make it work. All right. Back there. Right here. All right. Is there an extra host around? All right. Yeah. Can you guys go to table 1? And then the back table, join another table? All right. What I want you to do is we're going to time you guys. And Norm, can you put up my slide with those carrier topics for me? It was on day 3. Oh, okay. There's a table back there, sir, that doesn't have a host, number 44. So your hosts have volunteered to help you with some discussions. And we have a couple critical topics that we want you to discuss in an effort to get real and get better. And so I want you to listen to your host. What they're going to do is they're going to read the topic to you. They're going to read the questions. They are not experts on the topic necessarily. And I want you to think about it and answer it while they write on the whiteboard some of your thoughts, especially after 3 days of learning and growing in your professional career and working together as a team as we move forward. And what I'm going to do when we're finalized with these lists, I'm going to make a storyboard out of these topics, and I will make sure it gets presented to the right venue. So I want you to take it seriously. Now, when your host gets told to move, they are going to shift with their easel, and they are going to give you a quick rundown of what they just talked about so you don't repeat the same thing. And then you continue on. So if you don't have a home, just go join a table. It's okay. They won't bite. All right? So we're going to start it at 8 minutes, kind of go in order of table numbers. And you know what? We just make it work. So don't overthink it because that just hurts your head. Are you ready? You got 8 minutes. When I say time, you move to the next table, okay? Ready, get set, go.
All right. All hosts, we are wrapping up. So make sure you put your name on your sheets. You can take your trifolds back to your table, right? At this time, everybody will be transitioning back to where they came from. You are potentially 90% done with this exercise, Mr. Gerard Robinson.
Man, you guys rock. Like rock stars.
So engaging.
I am proud of you. You've had your brain like drained and you're still smiling. Man, if I could just like take some of this energy.
I could probably take a little bit of the energy from this side, a little bit from the back. The right side, They probably was slow going, but then I couldn't get them to stop. So
They're excited.
super excited now.
Man, thank you, Paul Thoreau. You did a fantastic job. Captain Burkhart, what a great CT1 chairman, man. He is walking around, working on that easel. I was so proud.
Yep. Please put your host number on your flip chart. Put your name also. That way we might be able to reach out, talk to you about how the conversations went.
All right, if you guys can take your seats, Littleton's going to try to wrangle you.
I'm about to. If you hear me clap once. If you hear me clap once.
It's allowed.
If you hear me clap once.
We're going to.
If you hear me clap once.
Wherever you want to go.
If you clap, you should sit down.
You can sit wherever you are. It's okay.
You can sit
well,
wherever
not on
you
the
are.
ground. That would be weird.
Most people have found new friends now, Kelly.
They do. I'm really glad that I hope you met someone you didn't know. I did.
Flip charts definitely give people a sense of power.
All right.
They're like,
so,
I ran this group.
All right. All right.
All right, I call on somebody that's standing up. For sure.
Kind of like I do with my children. Don't make me sing. I wouldn't sing.
How old is your youngest?
My youngest are 12.
12.
There's
so
two of them.
Table 12.
Oh, nice.
Host at table 12? Where is table 12?
They might have lost their table numbers.
I did.
Over there, Miss Kelly.
Oh, okay, all right, table 12. Could you please share some insights from your journey as a host?
So my topic had to do with technology and how to optimize what we do, shipboard and in the shop. A lot of the conversations centered around how we were interested in automating what we do, whether it be through the use of like remote operated vehicles and turn that into maybe some hull swim bys, or coming up with armature systems that you can put around pipe to do removals. But then mainly we all focused on the idea of having one database to rule them all. Highlander, as I like to call it.
All right, PPO. Sounds like you got some stuff.
Let's not use the database to make decisions now. That's what Skynet was. So we were focused on the idea of having AIM and OHMs and POHMs and Concerto all in one thing, and basically having like an AIM dashboard where each of those items was a tab, but the basis is still the same. Things that operate based on component names or gatherings, and then you can take that and have the database do your scheduling for you or tell you when you have to do your PMS and things like that.
I think they liked it. So that will go directly to our PPO KSN to kind of digest, and we'll make sure that Chris gets that. Thank you. And that is what is going to happen with your information. If I can read it, and you put your name on it, and on your flip chart, put your name and your host number so we can connect the dots. All right, Littleton, what's the next table?
Maverick, Mavericks. 8. Table 8. 38. All right, just take it over.
Thank you, Tom. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Gotta use the table mic.
Someone get this man a mic, because we're a team. Tom
So
is
much
one of my
energy in the
faves.
afternoon. Gotta press the button.
Hold on, we got operational instruction coming.
The button. Okay. Cost analysis, estimated cost versus end cost. A lot of things about gathering data. We talked about how do we make an estimate for a job. You know, it's a class F and okay, plus minus 40%. And then it moves from there. Talked about tracking people, trying to talk about tracking things that happen to a cost because of environmentals, pandemic, delays, 2 ships in the shipyard, all types of stuff like that. And really we talked about how can I use data analytics and AI automation to better track it, and had good suggestions. Hey, you got your badge, people scanning to the system, scan to the TGI, they're working on that TGI, right? And then if you're delayed, you go out and scan your whatever it was, right? Like you go to the Coast Guard Exchange, hey, here's this birthday card, right? And you scan the barcode. So, hey, this is my work stoppage delay. That's why we're stopped, right? And then you could use that to analyze and also analyze past history. Hey, what projects had issues with predictive failures, right? Predictive failures, hey, I think I'm going to have this failure based on how long it was since the last time. So that help you forecast material. So I think as far as cost estimation, a lot of stuff you could use AI for and to get better fidelity on cost and reasons why you're stopped.
Thank you, Tom. It sounds like AWP and PPO. A little bit of work together.
You want anybody else to share?
Do we do one more?
One more? Somebody who
One
wants
more,
to
and then
share
we're
as a
gonna,
host.
then we're gonna wrap it up. One more.
You want to bring the people's ideas to light that you walked around and talked to as a host. Kendra, Dildy. All right.
That's what happens when you're quiet.
Okay. Thought you said want to, sir, want to, but okay. My topic. So I had better integration of multiple stakeholders' schedules. How can different activities be integrated into a single schedule to optimize resource utilization and minimize downtime? So, took a while to understand this, but we're going to try to better integrate our systems by standardizing our verbiage. We're going to look at availabilities and make sure we understand people, time, and material. We're going to overutilize loans and borrows. We're going to make sure all sectors of the Navy, we understand the war. We understand the same concept. We're going to make sure that we practice simulations just like they did up there. We're going to have our leaders to deploy more transparency. We're going to mitigate risk. We're going to have earlier package locks, more time to plan, no late identified work, data management, centralized dashboards. We all want to go after a common goal, and we want some software to give us more probability metrics, and we want to align as an enterprise. There's more, but I'll go in more detail with
That
you.
is nice. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry, PPO. That sounds like you and work integration. I think Chris might need a little bit more help in his KSN. He's going to be really busy crossing over with all these KSNs. Can we please give it up for our hosts? So just so I can close this out and turn it over to Littleton, who'll do a raffle with Brandy here in just a moment. If you're a host, please make sure before you leave, just take a few moments on your worksheet to kind of put any other takeaway thoughts you may have, put your name on it. It's not like for a grade, it's just so if I have a question, and if you put your phone number, that would be really fantastic, so I don't have to go find it. And then make sure on your chart, you put your name and your host number, that'll help. And then when we're done and after our closing, if you could bring up your stuff, and we have some of those really, really nice CT1 Padfolios that everyone's been begging us for, but we save them for just our hosts because they're so amazing and we appreciate them. So thank you very much. Littleton, I'll hand it over to you for raffle.
All right. Brandy's still here?
There she is.
All right, I'll bring up Brandy from APQC. Let's see who will win. Give her, oh yes, oh, definitely a round of applause. Give it up for Brandy. Are you choosing?
Yep, you choose.
Okay, all right. All right. Who won to win? Say your name, I'll pull it. Gerard, no, that's not him.
Brandon Milovich?
What? He won more than once? That's a no-go. He's not here. Registered under two names.
I just want to say that's 3 awards for Team Reagan.
Okay.
No, I didn't get this.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, give another round of applause to APQC and all they do for us. Please make sure that you, if you have any interest in the knowledge management, process improvement world, to use your Navy.mil to register for APQC. W, that's what that was in my mind. www.carryteam1.com, or on the back of your folder, right, is the Carry Team 1 link that you guys should follow, as well as going to our Facebook, right, and liking some of the things that's posted there. You guys should definitely be following the Facebook page to stay up to date with the things that we can post on Facebook. So this is my wrap up. What did one casket say to the other casket? Is that you coughing? It was a joke. Oh, you probably didn't hear. Gerard wasn't paying attention, but that's my friend. So what I really want to say is I really thank Kelly. I thank Carry Team 1. I thank really the community for the opportunity to serve as a risk manager, as well as a knowledge manager focal point, and really to help any team that asks me to do anything. This is not a formal job, right? Being on stage. And I'm really just blessed to have the opportunity again and to really communicate and get ideas, as well as certain pathways and passageways through the carrier community by serving you guys here on site. I really want to thank our executive steering committee members for taking time out of their day and really staying here on site and interacting with not only the KSNs but people who've been here for the first time. Because when I first came to a Carry Team 1 event in San Diego, I went out on my first break, and because I seen so many flags, admirals, people of that I see emails to the whole organization present, I was kind of scared to ask questions. So that's why I push people to say a lot of things on the mic, because these people are just regular people. When you start talking to them, they are more than willing to figure out what's going on, as well as solve the problem by fixing the person that's the problem or the process that's the problem. So I went out on my first break, and Jim Brewer, who just took over carrier program manager, I was like, I wanted to ask this. He was like, why didn't you? Well, you know what? It is my fault. Press the button. Yeah. What's the worst that can happen? Tell you to shut up? They can't do that. They too professional. Right? The man start cursing on the stage and everybody's like, oh yeah. I'm like, we are naughty. But again, I appreciate everybody that's here. I am in global. I'm on Facebook. I sell houses in the area as a team. Wink, wink. But I really do appreciate everybody here. So I'm gonna walk off. This is the last time you'll hear from me today. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Littleton. He was fantastic, wasn't he? He is signing autographs later, I'm pretty sure. I won't keep you long. I do appreciate each of you staying. I appreciate each of you traveling. For those that are local, I appreciate your flexibility and finding crazy parking or whatever it may be. So thank you for coming. We will have all the presentations, with the exception of 2 of them today, just because they cannot be released, on the portal for you and Cvent. So please feel free to use them. And hopefully in the next month or 2, we'll have some pictures and videos for you. And the pictures will be available for anyone. We'll put them on our SharePoint, and you'll see them popping up on Facebook. So probably like us. And we will put them on YouTube unlisted, and we'll send out the link for you guys to utilize. And it'll be on our SharePoint, and feel free to use however you so like. So we'll make sure you have that. So you might want to subscribe to the YouTube channel, because that's where we put a lot of this stuff when we do. So appreciate it. If I didn't get to meet you, please feel free to grab me after if you have a second, because I know that sometimes I'm running around and I wasn't trying to be rude. Just probably trying to make sure something was done. But thank you again. I appreciate it. And I want to bring up Mr. Overton, our SES sponsor. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Overton. I just wanted to, and Kelly, I was writing a couple things down. I want to make sure we covered this. If you did already, is just feedback on the
Thank you. There's a survey that just went out. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. We just put a survey out, so make sure you go and take that, and we will put it out an email for you as well.
Please do get into that survey. Provide us feedback on how you think this event went overall. Like I said at the very beginning, it's a big investment for the Navy for all of us to be here. I personally think this was a very good event, very professionally run, some really excellent speakers and information that was passed here, but we'd like to get your feedback on it as well. If this is serving the needs of the Team One community and or if we can do some things better. So appreciate if you take some time and do that. And then the other thing I'd like to say is just Kelly and team, really, really good job from all of the ESC. Really appreciate what you've done here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our contract staff that's been in the back working so hard on AV. So thank you to them and our video and photography crew that is here. All right, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. What an outstanding job putting this event together. And the production team, I have to tell you, has just been awesome as well. I look forward to for sharing some of the videos that we were able to record here with the members of our Carrier Team One community that weren't able to attend, because there were some really great presentations that we want to pass those along. Unfortunately, we can't have the whole community here because it wouldn't even fit in a football stadium, because we are everybody that touches aircraft carrier maintenance. So some people that were here for, if this was your first community event, maybe not what you were expecting, maybe what you were expecting. I know we're all a bunch of problem solvers, so I think that there's some of us that probably were expecting to solve some problems. We did work on that. We did work on some problems, but really what we do, this is our opportunity to get together once a year, all levels of the organization, from the mechanics up through the PEO carriers, all the line leaders, the process masters. We've got ship's force, great ship's force representation this year. So it is an opportunity for us to get together and say, reconnect, get re-energized, and rethink about the way that we are doing our business. I think we accomplished that in the design, the themes that Kelly had laid out for the 3 days. We talked about knowledge management on day 1. On day 2, we talked about process innovation. I think that we all know there's a lot of things that we can do better. And then the key to getting that process innovation in place is change management. And so many barriers to change management. I'll give you an example from a naval reactor's perspective. I think that some people have recognized that naval reactors has taken on and more acceptance of risk. And I think that you've seen that in tangible measures. I think Captain Johnson recognized that a couple of years ago. But if you look at the Abraham Lincoln's planned incremental availability, it does not have a single media discharge, a coolant purification media replacement in it. It won't have it in its docking availability. We were able to extend the duration for that out to the next planned incremental availability after the docking availability. So we did that by taking some risk. We waited, we let Ike's purification media go a little bit longer, and we actually took samples of it, and we found out that we had a lot more life in that. So we're gonna continue to push. Our goal is to only change out the media in RCOH. That is where we're headed. But I was in had an opportunity to participate in a workshop, innovation workshop that we had at Naval Reactors. It was a great event. We had engineers from fairly junior engineers all the way up to my level in the organization, and we talked about innovation and what the barriers were to innovation. And it was the same thing. It was the risk, a fear of failure. Okay, so I think we need to all be able to step back and look at, from a principle-based standpoint, what are the risks and what are the consequences? So risk is the product of probability of it occurring times the consequence. All right, so look at that together, and then we need to take that and say, all right, are we willing to take that risk? Are we willing to extend that tank out? What do we need to do to get enough data to be able to accept that risk? So that is an example, and I think we all have our ideas, and we all need to support those types of changes. So Admiral Miller talked about the North Star, the 341 Hornets. So what is our North Star? I think the Optimized Fleet Response Plan defines that for us. It defines it for the FDNF carrier. That's a 4-month SRA. That means it's done in 4 months. For a planned incremental availability, it's 6 months. For a docking planned incremental availability, it's 16 months. For an RCOH, the nav note says 45.5 months, but I don't think we're there now. So that is an area that we need to work on. But what is the consequence of us not meeting the North Star? It means that we're taking away readiness, right? That readiness is part of the reason that the OFRP was implemented. The Optimized Fleet Response Plan was to generate more sustainment from the carrier force. Vice Admiral Kaler is pronounced, talked about whenever there's a crisis in the world, the president, and actually he said every day they track where are the carriers. There have been a couple instances that I've been involved in when there has been a crisis and there's been only one carrier deployed. It's not in the right spot, and leadership asks, why don't we have more carriers that are ready and able? And it's because of the maintenance that we do that does not necessarily last as long, or it takes longer than planned. So that's where we're losing readiness. We have one ship. Unfortunately, Eisenhower has had a history where we have lost an entire deployment cycle, 36-month cycle, since its refueling overhaul. So that is just a illustration of what the impact of going beyond the notional durations of the availabilities are. Notionally, the 36-month cycle was supposed to the carriers were supposed to be available 66% of the time of that 36-month cycle for a planned incremental availability, following a planned incremental availability, 33% of the time following a docking availability. That's just the math. It's 16 months. You got to add 8 months of training after that before the ship is certified and ready. And it's complicated by the fact that we have to also be synchronized with the crew des, the cruisers and destroyers that are the escorts. So it is a big problem that Jody and the rest of the fleet has to handle when we change, when our availability goes beyond its planned duration. So I think that we all know, I just want to ground that is our North Star. Those are our North Stars, and we all need to work together, and there are a lot of problems to solve. I wanted to end with just what are our mission priorities, because these are the problems that, as the executive steering committee, when we met last November, thought that this is the areas that we needed to work on. So they're all in the inside of your folders, and great folder layout, by the way. Lots of information packed in here. But the first two priorities, those are kind of our bread and butter every year. You need to plan it, availabilities to perfection, and you need to be able to execute with on-time delivery. The third bullet, or third priority, we wanted to make sure that we were aligning, that we weren't duplicating effort. I think we've heard that a number of times this week, that make sure that we know what other people are doing. They might be working on the same problem, so that we aren't duplicating effort. And this was the case. So NSSY, probably half people may not know what that means. It's Naval Sustainment Systems Shipyard. So there's one for aviation. There's another, some others that exist for supply, et cetera. But that is the one for shipyard. So we want to make sure that we're not duplicating any efforts there. And I think we've done a great job. Aaron Specka, all your work with the planning pillar. I think that we've actually used a lot of CT1 tools and metrics and processes in there. So I think that's, I think we are doing well and meeting that priority this year. The fourth and fifth priorities. These are special working groups that we have a need. Norfolk Naval Shipyard, its first maintenance availability of the Ford class. We envision as a community for Norfolk Naval Shipyard to become the center of excellence for Ford class aircraft carrier maintenance. So that means that they need a lot of help from the entire community to know what are the problems. And they have that project team has a very good knowledge of what the problems are, but there are problems that they don't necessarily know, and there are problems that they can't solve on their own. So this is an opportunity for CT1 community to come together in the form of IPTs that will support in the different areas. So that's, I think we've got some momentum there. The fifth priority, this working group is meeting tomorrow for the RCOH. Admiral Downey and I were briefing Admiral Galinas and the Air Boss about over a year ago on CT1 and looking at the performance, the outcomes of the public shipyard availabilities and how CT1 has influenced and the record that we've achieved. So it's when you look at especially the submarine side, we are doing pretty darn good. But on the other hand, RCOHs have not gone so well and are trending in the wrong direction. So that is an area where we need to, with our public and private shipyard partners here, as the CT1 community, come together and be able to help each other improve performance and execution and on schedule assurance is really what we need. The last couple items, the prepare ship source for CNO maintenance availabilities. That is, if you look at the submarine community, that is one area where they have struggled the most, I think. We have done, I think, a much better job. There's always more work to do. And with the turnover of ship source, you're always going to be training new people. This is a great reason to have a CT1 KSN that works on ship source resources to be able to provide the tools and the training and the assistance. And then the last item here is the optimization KSN that Chris Fari, right? Is that right? Okay, all right. It's taken over. So I think that we've gotten lots of, this has been a KSN looking for some problems to solve. I think that we have this, during this event, we've identified, given you lots of problems to work on. So we look forward to leveraging that because I think we envision that to be the next big game changer for our project teams. So I want to leave you all with, these are the problems that we need to see. This involves hundreds, thousands of us across the enterprise. And those scenes from Top Gun Maverick today, Commander Weiser was right on. They could not happen without the mechanics back in the shipyards that do the maintenance, that do the modernization, that do the repairs. So thank you for your attendance this week. I hope you walk away with this event re-energized, reconnected, and be able to rethink some of the processes that you've worked on and have a different approach to them. Thank you.
Oh, just in case you were awake. All right. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic rest of your week. Have safe travels. If you're traveling, we are out. If you're a host, please come on up. I look forward to seeing you guys again at the next event. Thank you so much.